Hello.
Hi, Bob.
Hi, Bob.
Janet.
Hello. Erin, do we know if anyone is not attending?
No, I have not heard anything of anyone not attending. We should all be here.
Took a while to get us in, so we'll give a minute or two more to wait and see who else joins us. Or do we have everyone? It looks like maybe one, two. Robert's not here. Bob O'Connor. He and I were both in the training session this afternoon.
Me too.
Oh, were you there?
Yeah, it was good.
It was a good one. They are available. They'll be recorded, so they're
Yeah, I've taken them all now. They're really very, very informative.
helpful. Yeah.
I think he was planning on being here tonight.
Yeah, I think he was too. He told me he was going to do his homework. Erin, if you think we should get started, just say the word.
Just look and make sure he hasn't joined us as an attendee here.
An attendee.
I couldn't get on
Oh,
right
there he
away.
is.
Oh,
Yeah, it took me a while to get in.
yeah, I had difficulty. I had to go in and out again.
I just got the warning that my internet is unstable. That's always
No.
comforting at the beginning of a meeting.
I think the rain is done, so there's no weather excuse.
Did
I
somebody say?
came
it's
to
on
the
screen?
office.
That's probably true.
Okay, I think we have everyone.
So, okay.
So will the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting of February 16th, 2023, please come to order? We have 3 public hearings scheduled for this evening, so I want to take a few minutes to review the process for public hearings. During the public hearing, the applicant will be invited to join as a panelist to present the application, explaining to the commission and others present what is being requested. The applicant or staff will share all application materials on the screen as needed. Comments of town agencies will be read for each application if there are any. There will be clarifying questions coming from the commissioners. Then there will be an opportunity for clarifying questions from attendees. Please raise your hand through the Zoom platform and wait to be called on and unmuted. Next, those who wish to support the application may come forward, and then those who oppose the application may come forward. As this public hearing must be recorded, it is necessary for speakers to identify themselves each time they speak by stating their name and address. The applicant will then have an opportunity to address any questions or concerns raised by the public or commissioners. Once the public hearing is closed, the applicant is free to leave or remain for the balance of the regular meeting, during which the commission will try to reach a decision on each application. Each applicant will be notified in writing as to the decision of this commission and has a right to appeal to the Superior Court if desired. Decisions of this meeting are available the day after the meeting by calling the Land Use Department at 203-245-5631 after 9 a.m. All actions taken tonight by the commission will be by roll call. All commissioners and staff will identify themselves for the record before speaking. Seated this evening are members John Duza, Elliot Hitchcock, John Morgan, Bob O'Connor, Janet Peckinpah, Bob Reinhardt, and myself, Carol Snow. And I would also like to seat Michael Bugda to fill a vacancy. Michael, okay with you?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Staff present this evening is Erin Mannix, our town planner. The meeting is being live streamed on YouTube and will be made available on the town website for viewing. Additionally, I would like to ask that we treat each other respectfully throughout the meeting. The town planner will now read the legal notice. Erin.
Too many windows open here. Let's see. There we go. Notice is hereby given that the Planning and Zoning Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, February 16th, 2022 at 7 p.m. via Zoom online webinar Attendees may join the webinar through either the webinar link or call-in information below. The webinar ID is 915-8196-6735. The password is 452138. And the call-in number is 646-558-8656. The following applications will be heard. 22-31, 155 New Road, map 60, lots 9, 10, and 11, RU2 zone. Petitioner is Hammonasset Commons LLC. The property owner is 155 New Road, Madison LLC. Petition for zone boundary change, Planned Development District per Section 32 to construct 45 dwelling units and associated site improvements in a two-phase development. Application number 23-04, 885 Boston Post Road, map 39, lot 20, D District, Downtown Village District, major alteration and special exception permit application per section 6.2.2.2, 6.15.9, and 6.2.4 to demolish existing mixed-use building and construct a new two-story, 5,900 square foot mixed-use building with restaurant on first floor and 2 residential units on second floor, on-site parking and associated site improvements. Copies of these applications are available for inspection in the land use office. Further details on how to participate in the webinar are posted on the Town of Madison website, www.madison.madisonct.org. All written correspondence may be submitted to the Land Use Department via email to landuse@madisonct.org. Dial 203-245-5631 for assistance. Dated at Madison, Connecticut, this 24th day of January, 2023, Carol Snow, Chair. This was published once in the Source on February 2nd, 2023, and once on February 9th, 2023.
Thank you, Erin. So we'll move right on to our first agenda item. Could I have a motion to open the public hearing for 23-04, 885 Boston Post Road?
Chairman Snow, I need to recuse myself.
Okay, Janet, thank you.
Thank you.
Bob, was that?
I
a
so
motion?
moved.
Thank you. And a second?
I'll second.
Great. And Erin, is this the right moment to discuss that we would like to continue the hearing to March 16th?
Yes, Madam Chair, the applicant has requested that we open and immediately continue the public hearing to provide an opportunity for further notification of abutters as required by the zoning regulations. They're hoping to continue this hearing to the March 16th meeting. We would just need a motion to do so.
Okay, could I have a motion to continue the hearing to March 16th, 2023?
Motion.
So moved. A second?
I'll second.
Thank you. And any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you. With one recusal. That would be Janet. Thanks, Janet. Okay, next, our second agenda item is 22-31, 155 New Road. Could I have a motion to open the public hearing for this application? John, thanks. Second?
I'll second.
Great, thanks. All in favor?
Just
Applicant ready to
allowing our
present?
applicants to representatives to come over.
Looks like we have Attorney Shansky and David Sullivan.
Attorney Shansky, our architect is expected, yes?
The architect is not expected.
Okay, thank you.
Kenny Horton, Matt Horton. Ron
Yes, I
Gennaro.
saw Kenny's name. I apologize. It shifts here sometimes as people,
See Michael Hartgen. Welcome, everyone.
Ron De Janeiro and Where are you, Kenny? There you are. Thank you for raising your hand, Kenny. Here he comes. As new members, as new people join, then the list shifts, and as I hit promote, it's the wrong person.
Try to keep your commissioners on board.
Okay, there you are, Kenny. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. Who's up first to present?
That would be me, Madam Chair. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I'm Attorney Marjorie Shansky, and I am representing Hammonasset Commons LLC and 155 New Road, Madison LLC in this application to land a planned development district on the properties that Aaron listed moments ago. With me this evening, as you've heard, are Ron DeGennaro, who's a principal at Hammonasset Commons LLC, Kenny Horton, a principal of 155 New Road, Madison LLC, Michael Harkin of Harkin Engineering, and Dave Sullivan, SLR Consulting, SLR International Consulting, who's our traffic engineer. This is an implementation of the 2013 Plan of Conservation and Development, which specifically identified these properties as development opportunities, opportunity zones, if you will. And in 2022, the commission approved the planned development district across the road, the south side of New Road, for a medical building development. And this is the residential component on the north side. Our architect, Craig Laliberti, unfortunately had a conflicting hearing this evening, but Michael Harkin will share his plans and elevations. Mr. Harkin and Mr. Laliberti went to the Advisory Committee on Community Development, on Community Appearance, at its meeting on January 10th of this year, and they received a favorable preliminary recommendation with one proviso about the warmth of the lighting at the site, with which everyone agrees. And should the commission approve the master plan, we will be returning to ACA and to the commission at the detailed site plan review stage, which will include all landscaping and other site amenities. So the petition as submitted provides all of the necessary information required under Section 32 of the Madison zoning regulations governing planned development districts. And as I say in the application submission and and as Erin also recites too in her most comprehensive staff report dated today, there are a number of ways in which the proposed development complies and implements the Plan of Conservation and Development. It is a reflection of the commission's recommendation for the most desirable use of land within the town. Again, specifically having been identified in the plan as an opportunity for indeed planned development districts. The excerpt on page 43 of the POCD refers to the commercial opportunity, and on page 45 refers to the residential opportunity. So these are in accordance with those directives. The Planned Development District meets a key objective of the POCD to, quote, guide the conservation and development of Madison to maintain and enhance its character and quality of life and help create a sustainable and resilient community. That's on page 3 of the POCD. And as I say, the references in the POCD to the possible housing opportunity area. The policy to diversify Madison's housing portfolio is advanced through this planned development district where dwellings or two or more family dwellings, including apartments, garden apartments, townhouses, and other building structures are permitted within the regulatory standards. My clients are sensitive to the fact that there is a profound housing crisis in Connecticut, in Madison, and frankly, across the country. And that shortage of housing includes housing opportunity and diversity of housing types for the workforce. So in addition to what you are seeing this evening, they are committing to making 10% of the units in this development deed restricted affordable units at 80% AMI for a term of 20 years. The 10% breakout will ensure that Madison does not fall any further behind in the state's goal of 10% affordability in towns all across the state, because the development will support itself in terms of its percentage. The parcel meets all of the eligibility criteria of section 32.3.2. I would like now to turn this over to Mr. Harkin, followed by Mr. Sullivan, then back to Mr. Harkin to show you the architectural plans at this juncture, and then any closing comments. Of course, we are all delighted to take your questions, and I would reserve some rebuttal if necessary after the public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Shansky.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Michael Harkin. I'm a professional engineer and principal of Harkin Engineering, located at 78 Wolf Hollow Lane in the town of Killingworth, Connecticut. Before I start my presentation, if I do get knocked off, my internet's saying low internet and everything's a little hokey with the rainstorm, but I'll log immediately back on. I discussed with Aaron. Aaron's going to put our drawings up there just in case I get lost, then somebody else can take over. So again, here tonight on behalf of 155 New Road LLC, Kenny Horton, and Hammonasset Commons LLC, which is Ron De Janeiro, for their project, New Road. The subject site is the vacant parcel at the intersection of New Road and Duck Hole Road. It's the large piece that had the previous little yellow house that caught on fire years back. It's been vacant for a while now. The parcels actually broken into 3 distinct parcels at the moment. They're known as Assessor's Map 60, lots 9, 10, and 11. Our hope is to reconfigure the parcel and the property lines into 2 distinct parcels. The entire site right now is approximately 8.69 acres. That's the combination of all 3 parcels. And then in our master plan, the 2 parcels that we create. There are no inland wetlands on the site. You may remember a couple months ago, we were here for the southerly portion of New Road, the large commercial medical project that we got approved. That was the commercial medical aspect. And we promised that we would be coming in with the residential on the north side, and that's what we're here for tonight. On the residential aspect of the property, we have 2 distinct parcels. Parcel A, which is phase 1, that can comprise of 23 residential units and 1 amenity building. Parcel B, which is phase 2, will have 22 residential units for a total of 45 units combined in both parcels. The entire project will be serviced by municipal water. There's city water in the street, as well as natural gas. We have the electric provided by Eversource, who's our direct neighbor to the west of the property. And then all the units will be served by on-site septic systems, which we had talked to the health department on. And we've done extensive soil testing on the site previously. So we have all of that information. The amount of units basically sends this up to the state of Connecticut Health Department for review in conjunction with the town of Madison. We don't see any items that are any of concern. It's all actually all beautiful sand and gravel on the project site. So just going over the drawing in general, the main entrance will be located on New Road. And you could see it's almost right directly across the street from the commercial / medical development. And it's right in line with the Eversource driveway as well. It's directly positioned because it provides us the best sight distances for cars traveling on New Road. The interior driveway will come up and come into the parcel. We have a distinct driveway network that loops around that provides great traffic flow in any direction. It's 2-way traffic. The roads themselves are 24 feet wide. They're basically as wide as a public road with 12-foot lanes. You can see that we do have stop signs and stop bars and all that good stuff, just for directional flow. We do have an emergency entrance and exit that will be gated on Duck Hole Road. When David Sullivan, our traffic engineer, is up, he'll discuss that that emergency access road. Originally, we were going to have that as a second entrance, but David will explain a little bit more on that item. So within there, we have a sidewalk network that goes both sides of the street, so people can, access it to neighbors' units. They can walk around. And then we also have a walking trail in the lighter color that allows us, people that want to come down and walk through the areas that are open space and things like that. So speaking of open space, on parcel A, we have 25.1% of the area that you can see it's in dark green as open space. And then in parcel B, we have 19.6% that is an open space. Now, when the project gets approved, obviously we'll be coming back with a detailed site plan. When that happens, you will have a detailed landscape architect put together a planting plan, as well as we'll have a lighting and photometric plan that will be prepared. And obviously that would have to meet the town of Madison requirements of no spillover onto adjacent properties. We will have a storm drainage design with catch basins and manholes for both parcel A and parcel B. And you can see towards the southeasterly portion, we have a large detention basin, which will collect that water and treat it. It will also provide a zero net increase of stormwater coming off the site. Basically, the amount of stormwater that's there now coming off will be the same with that detention basin. In general, with what we have in front of us, the units themselves are broken down into 3 buildings. There's a double unit, which is 2, obviously, a triple unit, which is 3, and then a 4-unit building, which obviously has 4 units in there. And we try to give a good amount of just variety of the whole project. We didn't want cookie cutters. We wanted the opportunity to have each unit set itself apart and be different. We do have a large amenity building, which will be built as part of phase 1 on parcel A. It's approximately 60 by 50 feet. We envision that it's going to be 2 stories, and we haven't really decided what amenities we're going to put in there. We know, generally there's gyms, there's basketball, tennis courts, a large assembly area. We find that when we're designing these places that people want to have parties, so they can have a wide open room and rent that out, or sign up and host a party in that location. One of the main aspects of the amenity building is when it's designed and built, it's going to look like a barn and fit in with the community. We did go to ACA and we reviewed that with them. They actually loved the idea of that looking like a barn. And when we get to the architectural units, you can see why the whole barn aspect fits in with the project. The question that's always asked is we don't see any garbage location on there. We didn't want a centrally located garbage unit. What happens is you start to get debris, you get a stink and things of that nature. So basically the units will be required to have the cans and stuff within their garage areas. So each one of those units will have be allocated to take care of their own refuse and recycling. Obviously, there will be an association and they'll have the certain pickup days through the week. Now, speaking of ACA and design review, we went there last month. We did get a favorable letter, which should be in your file, as Attorney Shansky had mentioned. They love the project. They love the layout. They love the idea, again, of the amenity building being a barn. They love the look of the dwelling units themselves. One important thing to note in our project plans is that we've been going back and forth with the town on items and meeting. And one of the things that we originally didn't have on our plans was first floor masters. And that's something that Aaron, the town planner, had brought up. So we did add first floor masters into the project. Parcel A will have 17% of the units. That's 17% of the units as first floor masters, and parcel B will have 18% of first floor masters. So when we went to the ACA design review meeting, the two items that they asked us to look into is the mailbox. We had the mailbox centrally located, but within visitor parking spots. They asked us to move that mailbox to the entrance driveway with a pull off. So right when they come in on that location that Aaron's pointing to will be the new mailbox and location for cars to pull off. And the reason they didn't like it there is we have visitor parking located throughout the site. If somebody pulled in to get their mail in that area, they're taking up visitor parking. So they asked us to relocate that. We don't have a problem with that. Again, something that Attorney Shansky had mentioned is site lighting. They wanted the soft lighting, which we agreed to provide. And, that's going to be an important aspect as we move forward with the photometric plan. The parking, one thing that ACA liked was that each unit will have a two-bay garage, so you can fit 2 cars inside the garage units. But we've also provided 2 parking spaces within their own private driveways. So each unit technically has 4 parking spaces. And then we did put some extra visitor parking located centrally throughout the site as well, for those that, if they're having a party or something, can still come to this complex. So I guess that in general is the project plan set. What you see in dark green would be the open space / landscape planting buffer. Everything in the light green is basically going to be grass area. And then the gray area obviously will be the impervious surface, which would be the roadway. And the brown that you see on the plan will be for the units themselves. So with that being said, I'd like to turn it over to our traffic engineer to talk about traffic in general, as well as the traffic study that he had put together. So David, it's on you now.
Thank you, Michael. For the record, my name is Dave Sullivan. I'm with SLR Consulting, and I manage our traffic transportation planning group, and I'm a professional engineer. A little deja vu with this study for myself. We did a full study of when we did the medical office building. We included as an alternative what the impacts would be, which also included the residential portion. So we did look at that already. So if you were to look through the 2 reports, you would see that the findings at the very end are very similar. What we did, though, for this particular study is we turned it on its head a little bit and said the medical office is part of the background conditions and the residential is being added, and we were evaluating the impact of that. In general, I think the biggest difference between what we've already looked at and the impact of this is really the magnitude of the traffic that's being generated. So when we looked at the impact previously, there were over 100 trips that were associated with the medical office. This will be during the peak hours, somewhere less than 20 trips, 15 to 20 trips during the peak hour for the residential portion. Our evaluation assumed all of the traffic would come and go from New Road. And Michael alluded to the fact that we have the second driveway directly out to Duck Hole. We looked at the location of that driveway, and generally it's a good location, but we were unable to determine what the travel speeds were out there based on Connecticut DOT traffic. The sight lines coming out of that driveway looking to the left, and for vehicles taking a left into the site looking north, are okay for the posted speed limit and a little bit more. But as you all know, coming southbound on Duck Hole Road, vehicles are traveling at a pretty good rate of speed. So what we suggested was to leave that as emergency access, and then in the future, if they want to evaluate it to see if it should be for all vehicles, we should do a speed study so we can get the speed data ourselves and not rely on DOT, and do a more detailed look. But to be safe right now, we suggested the emergency access only. So the next thing was, so what are our recommendations? Well, the recommendations remain the same as they were previously. The big difference is that some of our recommendations from the last go around have already been implemented. It's the Route 405 out there has been restriped. The biggest difference you'll notice is coming southbound, it remains one lane as opposed to two lanes. So if nothing else, it feels significantly safer because you're not crossing such a wide expanse of pavement. The other part of our recommendation was to tee up New Road and have it intersect with Duck Hole Road / Hammonasset Connector a little bit further to the north. And the reason we would do that is that if you were coming from New Road and wanted to go eastbound on Duck Hole Road or vice versa, you're on Duck Hole Road, wanted to go to New Road. Right now you have that long crossing of the state highway there. If we were to move that slightly to the north on New Road, it would become a two-stage maneuver. So you would come out, take a right, and you would have the shelter of the left turn lane, and then you would take a left turn, and vice versa, coming out of Duck Hole Road, you would take a right turn, get the shelter of the left turn lane, and then take the second part of that maneuver. So that recommendation remains the same. We think we can evaluate as we go along, which we should, how effective the restriping has been already. But in talking to the developer, I suggested that he continue to pursue this and maybe the town pursue it with the state. But in any case, the realignment of the road should be done. And I think the developer has agreed to do that should this not go forward as a state project. So that's a thumbnail summary. I'd be happy to answer any questions, or I'll turn it back to Michael.
So, guys, one of the things that basically precipitated the traffic study and for us to get involved with that is we've met with fire, we met with police, we've met with town staff, we met with the first select one. We had basically a large scale group meeting multiple times. And one thing that was brought up is the amount of accidents in that area, in that section. So we really, from that point, from day one, we got in touch with David and had an SLR go and start the process of doing the report. And I think that it's very comprehensive. I believe that the town engineers have even looked at it as well. So we don't have a problem with anything that's in the report or implementing what's in the report as well. It just makes that whole area safer. So with that being said, Aaron, if you can put up Mr. Laliberti's architectural plans, I'll try to switch my hat from engineer to architect. I'll do my best, but no promises. So as we were saying, there's three different building types. There's the 2-unit, the 3-building, and the 4-building unit type. In general, you can see what the architect is looking at here. You have your two bay garages with your private parking spaces in the front of each. You have side entrances. So the end units, you enter and exit from the side. You can see the little porches on there. And then, of course, the center unit would have a door right in the middle with kind of a walk-up porch. What design review liked is the peaks and the design of the outside, the exterior of the buildings. It kind of looks like little, New England cottage type of country style. And that ties into the amenity building being a barn looking structure. So again, we have first floor masters, we have second floor masters, we have a little combination of both in the project. As far as colors and the color scheme, that obviously will be determined by the developer once we get into it. And again, we still have to go back to ACA for the detailed review once the plans are implemented. But Aaron, can you go to next sheet? I believe will be a just in general floor plan. That's general front and back of unit. So what you see here is a general side entry. You're coming from the side, you have a great room and a dining room and a 2-car garage and a little study. You walk up to the second floor and then you have a loft area. And again, on the second floor, you have a master bedroom and a second bedroom, which is smaller with a centralized bathroom. And then the laundry would be upstairs as well. So Aaron, if you could just scroll down to show a first floor master. Yeah, I think next one might have it. One more, maybe? Somewhere on there you go, first floor master. So again, this is an N unit per se in this instance. So you would come in, you'd have a foyer, and then you'd have the dining room and the kitchen area. You'd have the great room with the fireplace, and then you would have the master bedroom right off there. Okay. And then you'd have the bathroom off of that. You would go up a set of stairs up to the top, and that's where you would have your second bedroom, which would be over the garage with its own bathroom up the stairs as well. So again, we're trying to put a lot of diversity into the units to give the potential buyers, just something, extraordinary that they may want in their unit. They have a lot of options here. They have the options of going into a smaller building, bigger building, or first floor master, second floor master, and then N units and side units. So again, there is a large variety of unit types for them to be able to look at and potentially purchase. So with that being said, I think I'd like to turn it over to Marjorie to recap everything. And then I think as a project team, we'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Dave. I would simply direct the commission's attention to the final 2 pages of Ms. Mannix's staff report, in which she marshals the evidence against the planning considerations that are provided in section 32 of the regulations. And it's a demonstration of the conformity of the proposed PDD with the regulatory requirements. And we're happy to take your questions.
Thank you all. I do have one preliminary question, and that has to do with keeping track of all of your phases. So since some of the commissioners weren't on board when you came before us with the medical building, that technically is phase 1 of the overall master plan. Is that correct?
I'm not sure that I would characterize it that way. I would say that if this were approved, if the master plan for the residential side were approved, we have 2 approved master plans. Both of them would be subject to detailed site plan review. And I frankly don't know what the sequencing would be, who would get back to the commission first. But sort of, it doesn't matter really. The important sort of phasing question, if you will, is that the 23 units in the amenity building on the residential side are the phase 1 of that development, and the remaining 22 houses are the second phase of that master plan.
Thank you. So we should really think of these as 2 master plans. The residential master plan has phase 1 and phase 2, as opposed to phase 1 and phase 2 of an overall.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
But they do speak to one another from an aesthetic perspective, and they have been designed to work together from the traffic perspectives, those driveways and all the rest of that. So they are coherent in that respect, but independent in others.
Yep. And just to add to that, Madam Chairwoman, to help you understand what's happening is since we've been approved with the master plan on the commercial medical side, my office has already started the detailed site plan work. So that's already being implemented. And then we were just waiting until approval of this aspect of the residential phase, and that will immediately go into final design and site plan. We want to get them back in front of the commissions and the members of the town staff as quick as possible.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Yes.
I have one, maybe a dumb one. Are school buses expected to be on property anytime?
I don't know the answer to that. Generally, when you have a condo complex, the pickup is at the central main entrance collective. Right. But if a fire truck with a ladder or a school bus wanted to get up in there, we put the turning radiuses on all the radiuses. They can easily go through the development if they wanted to. Or if a school bus driver got lost and needed to turn around, they can actually go through that whole parcel.
And they'd be all right. Okay.
Yep.
I had a question.
Elliot.
This Elliot. In regards to the affordability aspect, you said 10% of the units. Would that be in each phase? Like how many are planned for the first phase and how many are planned for the second phase?
So I don't think that we've had that conversation, but it certainly, and it would be 10% based on 45 units. We're talking about 5 affordable units. It may be that there will be 3 of them in the first phase and 2 in the second phase. We don't really have that planned out yet.
But the plan wouldn't be to save all 5 for the final phase.
No, no.
Okay,
The whole ethos of affordability is to make sure that it's meted out evenly with market units.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
wanted to follow up on that. By the way, thank you guys for a really pithy presentation. You've done an enormous amount of thinking about this project. It's really impressive. My kind of question or comment is, Attorney Shensky, you mentioned your enthusiasm for addressing the issue of affordable housing. And my understanding is that Madison is well below the 10% goal. So if we build a new development and we're putting in 10%, we're not closing the gap. I wonder if you've given any thought to going to a higher percentage.
Well, I'm certainly happy to speak to my clients. The point of the 10% is that it doesn't worsen Madison's position. I agree with you that Madison has a ways to go to get up to 10%, but our goal was to not make it even harder. So, but we're happy to have that conversation.
A question on the road study.
That's Bob Reinhardt, yes?
I'm sorry. Hi, it's Bob Reinhardt. So if I remember correctly, in the road study, it said the recommendations were that the current layout would be sufficient to handle the additional traffic flow. Is that correct? And then that, but there were some modifications recommended in general to that area due to the historic high number of accidents. So
Yeah.
is the modification of the roadways part of this plan, regardless of the study being that it's acceptable as far as the volume goes? I wasn't clear on that. I know you talked about it, but I wasn't
Yeah.
clear if that's going to be done as part of the development.
Sure. So let me start with the first part. And I think what we were trying to say, and maybe it didn't come through, but we're not impacting things. So there are some, whatever the conditions are out there without this residential project will be the same as with this residential project. That being said, we've identified this, I guess it's twofold. One, we did see some evidence of some safety concerns. I don't know if it rose to the level where it would become stark to DOT, but it certainly, since we were keen to the fact that it was a concern. But secondly, anecdotally, we knew that there were some safety issues there. So
Okay.
we came with the improvement plan that is in the back of our report in the appendix. Some of that has been implemented with the restriping, but that same plan should be implemented in whole in our recommendation to improve safety.
Mhm.
And so we think it should be done in any case.
Okay. So is that restriping part of the proposal, or we're just going to try to get it done with the state? Is that the idea?
The restriping is already done, and it's consistent with the restriping that is in our plan. There would be
Okay.
further restriping, the teeing up of the intersection, which is geometrics more than just paint.
Okay.
The island would be cut back, 10, 20 feet, something like that, the center median, to get that spread between the two intersections. I'm happy
Okay.
to pull up the drawing if you'd like to talk in more detail.
No, I remember what it looked like. I was just curious to see if it was nice to have, or it's something that will happen. And it's a scary intersection. I don't like going through it, and I do, and I can't imagine having more traffic going through. That worries me. But the other question I have is, when you did the traffic study, was it focused on the New Road, Hammonasset, Duck Hole area, or did you look, I guess it would be east, going back towards town, down New Road to the Scotland area, down to downtown area?
No, most of the traffic we assumed was going out to the interchange. So we did look at those intersections, the two ramp intersections and the Duck Hole Road intersection. We looked at New Road, at Horse Pond Road, for example. That was an additional intersection in the other direction. And then going south into town, we only went as far, or south towards Hammonasset, we only went as far as the northbound ramps. So we went a little further west, but mostly on the connector.
Okay. And just different question totally, but as part of it, what, if I'm allowed to ask, what is the expected price point for the homes? Just so I get a sense of the type of population that's going to move in. I'm just curious how many people are going to be leaving.
Honestly, I don't think we've gotten that far yet, and that's a fluctuating cost due to the cost of materials right now. So you know, the architectural plans haven't even been fully modified to know what a square foot cost would be. So, you know, I can't really put a number value on that. So I think when we come back with the detailed site plan, we'll be able to provide you with that information at that time.
Okay.
So Commissioner Morgan here, I'd like to follow up on Bob's point about the affordability, and how Attorney Shansky, you know, that you're not going to make it any worse. And I guess if how do we ever get it better if everyone just comes to us saying we're not going to make it any worse?
I appreciate the question. Thank you for the question. There are things the town can do to make it better. You could adopt an inclusionary zoning regulation that actually required the gesture or more than this developer is making voluntarily. Or you can do nothing and become sort of the object of 830G applications that help you get to a number faster. In my experience, I see more and more towns adopting some sort of inclusionary zoning regulation that actually adopts something that makes it not the product of understanding that you have an empathetic developer who wants to do something like my clients are doing. So I appreciate the question, and we are here tonight with this offer of 10%, this intention of 10%, but we'll have an internal conversation.
Thank you.
John, just to pick up on that conversation, as far as options for increasing affordable housing, that some of those concepts are discussed in further detail in the town's affordable housing plan that was adopted earlier in 2022. And inclusionary zoning is one of those tools that the commission and the Affordable Housing Committee, now that they're seated, will look to explore. So that was a good question.
And I think Aaron will consider it too with our plan of conservation and development.
Sure. And Madam Chair, if the commissioners don't have any questions at this point, I did want to also pick up on Attorney Shansky's comments of a staff report. I do have some information to share with the commission just as staff, as far as guiding through the process of reviewing the master plan considerations the commission does need to make, and how this particular application addresses those considerations. So I do want to submit this information for the record during the hearing and share that with you, unless anybody has wants to continue questions first.
I have a related question about the affordable housing. For the 5 units, what would the monthly rent be approximately?
I can't answer that question today. I can certainly get you an answer in terms of getting the current numbers from the Department of Housing about what the AMI 80% is in the geographic area, and then applying that number. But I did not come prepared to get that granular this evening, sorry.
But just approximately though, so if you, no, okay,
I would not hazard a guess, I'm sorry.
okay.
I looked up beforehand, the AMI in Madison is around 70 to 80, depending on how many people live in the household.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm assuming that's pre-tax.
We would follow the New Haven, Meriden area. And as of 2021, or excuse me, 2020, it was 2021, it was the area median income was roughly 93,000. And in 2022, it went up to about 100,000. So you would be looking at 80% of that. The new numbers for 2023 have not been released yet, to my knowledge. But that is all available on the Department of Housing website. So we would be able to provide actual numbers for you once the project comes forward for development.
Thank you. If no other questions, then Erin, go ahead, I think.
Okay, thank you. So some of this information has been touched upon as part of the presentation to you this evening, but I did want to go through this a little more thoroughly, as most of our commission was not seated during the earlier 2022 application for the South Side Master Plan zoning map amendment process. So the application is submitted pursuant to Section 32 of our zoning regulations Plan Development District. The Plan Development District was adopted in June of 2019, and this application is the second one made under this section since adoption. The first application came before the commission, as I indicated, in fall of 2022 to construct a 30,000 square foot medical office building at the parcel directly across the street on the south side of New Road at the intersection of Duck Hole. Since most of you weren't on the board, and although we've had recent discussions about Section 32 of our zoning regulations, I'm providing an overview of both the regulation and this subject application. PDDs are intended to provide an attractive alternative to subdivision of land, to diversify the town's housing portfolio, to encourage open space and economic development by allowing residential, commercial, or a mixture of uses in a comprehensively planned setting. The PDD requires sensitivity in design in order to achieve a development that will be complementary to adjacent land uses while advancing the town's planning directives. The process of establishing a PDD includes the approval of a master plan in accordance with Section 29 of the zoning regulations, which is site plan review, and Section 32 of the regulations, which, while not intended to be a substitute for detailed documentation associated with a subsequent site plan approval, shall provide sufficient information required to determine whether or not the proposed development is in conformance with Section 32.2.1 and the Madison Plan of Conservation and Development, the POCD. Such adoption shall constitute a zoning map amendment subject to Section 17 of our regulations. Once enacted, a PDD will supersede all pre-existing zoning on the specific property, and any development on the rezoned property will be subject to the specific PDD requirements in Section 32. Your considerations. The provisions in Section 32 are designed to permit modification of the strict application of the standards and provisions in the zoning regulations to accomplish specific purposes. As indicated in Section 32.2.1, factors for the commission to consider in approving a map amendment to a plan development district shall include the location, uses, and layout of the proposed PDD are in conformance with the intent of and the goals and objectives contained in the Plan of Conservation and Development. B, harmony and compatibility of the plan development district with surrounding neighborhoods and land uses, including the incorporation of adequate buffers to protect abutting property values, the minimization of traffic impacts on residential streets to the extent practical, the establishment of traffic patterns which direct commercial traffic to major thoroughfares and away from residential areas, and provide for adequate on-site parking, prevention of glare and noise from non-residential areas of the development negatively impacting adjoining residential properties, and protection of groundwater resources where adjoining properties use on-site wells for potable water supplies. C, protection of natural and historic resources, including but not limited to inland and tidal wetlands and watercourses, coastal resources, groundwater resources, floodplains, ledge outcroppings, steep slopes, wildlife habitats, historic sites and landscapes, archaeological and/or scenic vistas. Particular care must be made to limit the visibility of the development from scenic and rural roads. Efforts must be made to properly document key cultural, scenic, historical, archaeological, and natural resources as part of the application process. Preservation of a minimum of 15% of the site that is devoted to residential use as open space. Additionally, in accordance with section 32.3.3, in determining the appropriateness of a proposed plan development district, the commission shall consider the following factors. A, access to major roads and proximity to community services. B, physical characteristics of the applicable parcel or parcels. C, existing municipal infrastructure's capability to support the proposed development. And D, consistency with the policies and the goals of the Plan of Conservation and Development. This subject parcel in the application is located at the north side of New Road at the intersection of Duck Hole and Route 450. The site, as was already discussed, comprised of 8.697 acres and is currently improved with outbuildings that will be removed. The underlying zone for this parcel is Rural Residential 2, RU2. Here's an aerial of this section showing the three parcels, the two smaller parcels and the larger parcel that comprise of the entire 8.697 acres. And this is the previously approved location. Duck Hole Road is here to the north and New Road. This is the existing Eversource building. To discuss eligibility, several characteristics included in section 32.3.2 are required for a site to become eligible for the PDD designation. These include the minimum district size is 2 acres. So it's a parcel or a combination of parcels, including contiguous lots and lots across a road. The subject site is 8.697 acres. B, if within the coastal zone, proposed PDDs must be found consistent with Madison's municipal coastal program and shall be subject to minimum setbacks set forth in section 2.17. This property is outside of the coastal boundary. The proposed PDD must have a minimum frontage of 200 feet on a town or state road. Per submitted topographic survey of the property by Anderson Engineering and Surveying Associates, dated October 5th, 2020, and revised to August 1st, 2022. This subject parcel has excess of 200 feet of frontage along New Road, which is a town road, and along Duck Hole, which is Route 450, a state road. Parcel location. The lot or lots eligible for a PDD shall be located in the following zoning districts: R, RU, and further must be located within an area specifically designated as a future development opportunity area in the 2013 POCD or a successor document. The subject property is located in an RU2 zoning district and is identified on page 43 of the 2013 POCD as possible business opportunity area, and further identified on page 45 of the same plan as a possible housing opportunity area. And this information, here are the excerpts from both of those. This is the subject area in red, identified as possible business opportunity, and again, as possible housing opportunity area. The residential density. To promote the diversification of housing types and opportunities in Madison, and to ensure the viability of this type of zoning district, a PDD may have 10 residential dwelling units per acre. For purposes of calculating density, as defined in section 32.3.2E, the parcel area shall exclude wetlands and watercourses, as defined by the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Act, and shall further exclude slopes in excess of 33%. Each dwelling unit shall have its own entry from the exterior of the building in which it is located, and each dwelling unit shall contain not more than 3 bedrooms and shall be served by public water supply. There are 45 dwelling units proposed over 8.697 acres, which breaks down to 5.2 units per acre. This site shall be served by public water, and the units will not contain more than 3 bedrooms, and they all have their own exterior entry. The master plan. As submitted in the master plan with this petition, the included narrative details the proposed use, access to utilities, and serves to demonstrate conformity with both section 32 of the zoning regulations as well as the 2013 POCD. The proposed development project will occur in 2 phases and includes construction of 45 residential units in multiple configurations of either 2, 3, or 4 unit buildings, a clubhouse amenity building, and associated site improvements for stormwater management, subsurface sewage treatment, lighting, and landscaping. Each unit will have a 2-car garage, and about 20 overflow guest parking spaces are proposed. Schematic site plan by Harkin Engineering LLC dated 7/20/22 reflects these proposed improvements. Additionally, architectural elevations and floor plans were provided by Craig A. Lalibert, architect. The applicant met with ACCA at their January 10th, 2023 meeting to discuss the project. Minutes from the meeting have been included by staff in the application documents for your reference. Members of the committee indicated that further design details would be provided as part of a future site plan approval process, and again recommended the lighting, warm lighting at 3000 Kelvin for exterior features. The committee favorably recommended this design to the commission. Lastly, the applicant included a traffic report and update by David Sullivan, professional engineer of SLR International. The initial traffic report took into consideration preliminary analysis of this project. The study identified existing conditions, including crash data and traffic volumes. Mr. Sullivan noted that the high proportion of collisions at the intersection of Route 450 at New Road, Duck Hole Road indicates there's safety issues at the intersection, with the most problematic movements, the cross movement between New Road and Duck Hole, as well as left turns from both side streets. He further noted that the town is aware of the issues at the intersection, and some preliminary improvement plans have been discussed with DOT by the police department in the past. However, no improvements had been implemented at the time of the initial study. Mr. Sullivan included in Figure 2 of the report conceptual plans showing improvements to New Road, Duck Hole Road, and the 450 intersection. He recommended further discussion be pursued with the town's local traffic authority, who is Chief Drum, and Connecticut DOT, who will need to approve the concept for construction. The report further discussed site-generated traffic, future traffic volumes, and intersection capacity analysis for both phases of the development. In conclusion, Mr. Sullivan found that the new traffic estimated to be added from the proposed medical office development will be accommodated with little impact. Preliminary analysis of this phase 2 combined scenario found the study intersections will operate with largely the same level of service as seen under the medical office combined scenario. As part of the recently updated report by Mr. Sullivan, he notes that Connecticut DOT changed the lane markings on 450. These improvements are similar to the suggested improvements in the first report. However, Mr. Sullivan indicated that further improvements on New Road, as referenced in his report, should still be pursued and would improve levels of service. At this time, the residential development includes a secondary driveway on Duck Hole Road. Mr. Sullivan indicates that further analysis is required to determine any impacts on traffic conditions. Should the commission move to enact the map amendment, The applicant will need to meet with appropriate town staff and Connecticut DOT to review this concept in more detail prior to the site plan application. According to section 32.4, the master plan shall be submitted to the commission to determine whether or not this proposed use and layout of the PDD conform to the eligibility requirements that were mentioned earlier in my memo and to the plan of conservation and development. This master plan, upon adoption, shall establish, the dimensional characteristics of the PDD and its uses. Only the uses listed on the master plan are approved uses within the PDD. Uses not identified in the master plan are not permitted without a master plan amendment. Residential dwellings are permitted uses in the plan development district. Below are the factors that the commission shall consider in approving a map amendment to PDD, along with the applicant's comments on each. A, the location, uses, and layout of the proposed PDD are in conformance with the intent of and the goals and objectives contained in the Plan of Conservation and Development. The applicant refers to page 2 of the 2013 POCD and an excerpt from Connecticut General Statutes 8-23 that this project is a reflection of the Commission's recommendation for the most desirable uses of land within the town. Further reference is given to page 42 of the plan, indicating that this project will increase tax revenue for the town. The applicant indicates this project will act as a mechanism and development that meets a key objective of the Plan of Conservation and Development on page 3 to maintain and enhance the character and quality of life and help create a sustainable and resilient community. The applicant refers to the economic development section of Chapter 5, Community Development of our POCD, specifically including consideration of a PDD approach for future zoning, which is on page 42. The applicant further indicates conformance as implementation of the community development goal of using flexible zoning tools to achieve desirable development. The applicant refers to maps in Chapter 5 of the POCD areas of residential opportunities and further indicates that adding a residential plan development district to the zoning regulations as a flexible tool is consistent with the state's growth principles in that it may be a means of expanding housing opportunities and design choices to accommodate a variety of household types and needs and to diversify Madison's housing portfolio. That's Principle 2 of the POCD on page 71. The second consideration is harmony compatibility of the PDD with surrounding neighborhoods and land uses, including the incorporation of adequate buffers to protect abutting property values, minimization of traffic impacts on residential streets to the extent practical, and the establishment of traffic patterns which direct commercial traffic to major thoroughfares and away from residential areas, and provide for adequate on-site parking, prevention of glare and noise from non-residential areas of the development negatively impacting adjoining residential properties, and further the protection of groundwater resources where adjoining properties use on-site wells for potable water supplies. The applicant indicates that the proposed PDD is in harmony with the surrounding neighborhoods and takes advantage of its location at a highway interchange, which will insulate adjacent neighborhoods from the effects of development and is adequately buffered to present an aesthetically desirable addition to the streetscape. Letter C, the protection of natural and historic resources, including but not limited to inland or tidal wetlands, coastal resources, groundwater resources, floodplains, ledge, outcroppings, steep slopes, habitat, historic sites, landscapes, archaeological, or scenic vistas. Particular care must be made to limit the visibility of the development from scenic and rural roads. The applicant states that by location at the I-95 interchange, the PDD does not adversely affect scenic or rural roads. Efforts must be made to properly document key cultural, scenic, historical, archaeological, and natural resources as part of the application process. The applicant states the subject property has not been the site of key cultural, scenic, historical, archaeological, or natural resources. And finally, the preservation of a minimum of 15% of the site that is dedicated to residential use shall be open space. The applicant is proposing to maintain 25.1% open space on parcel A and 19.6% open space on parcel B. This evening, again, is the commencement of the hearing. Should the commission wish to hold it open beyond today's meeting, you have 35 days to close. Feel free to raise any further questions or concerns during the meeting so that applicant and or myself can address them on the record. And as with all hearings, there's an opportunity for public questions and comments as well. So that was a mouthful, but we needed to at least get that in the record and explain all of the provisions that are in place currently in section 32 and the control essentially that the commission has over the placement of this map amendment on the property. Do you have any questions?
Through the PDD. That was a great overview. Does anyone have any questions based on information Aaron shared with us too? Or comments? If not, then I think we'll open it up for public response. Aaron, can you see if we have questions? I think if we could stick to the format of having any questions from the public, and then we'll have people speak out in favor or people speak in opposition.
So we have 2 hands raised, Madam Chair, 3 hands raised. And I guess just the reminder that this is your opportunity to ask questions if you have them. If you have an opinion either for or against the proposal, if you could just hold off and lower your hand until that time period. Okay, first on our list, Madam Chair, is Jim Carson.
Okay.
Jim, can you identify yourself for the record, please? Do you have a question?
Hi, folks. Yeah, my name's Jim Carson. I live at 94 and 110 Dock Hole Road. Primarily, I have a couple questions, if you don't mind. I think we pretty much have the most visible property to this both master plans. I guess would be for Mr. Harkin. What is the plan for the septic removal there, as this condo complex sits above the aquifer that produces well water for me and my family?
Yeah, so to answer that question is, this isn't a project that we had recently put together. We've been working on this site for numerous years. We've already met with Connecticut Water in the past on this, as well as the southerly portion. So the aquifer, it is an aquifer. We do have to go back to the both DEP as well as the Connecticut Water Company. But what we did is we put all the implementations that they require into our plan, as far as removal of suspended solids and all that in the storm drainage aspect of it. And then to your direct question with sewage is, each one of these units will have one of the state-of-the-art septic systems in there. It is a geometric system, and it has to go to both the local health department and the Connecticut State Health Department, which we have no problem with. And when we met previously on this site, I think it's a few years back with the Connecticut Water Company with regards to the aquifer, they actually were looking at something as far as putting a residential development on that site. Their main concern was if it wasn't residential, if it was a something with chemicals or something that can have a potential to spill chemicals into the ground, which then can get into the groundwater and leach in. We don't have that with the residential development. So I think the next step, and we can't get to the next step until this master plan is approved. But then before we come back with the detailed site plan, we do still have to meet with them. So Jim, I hope that answered your question.
No, it does. I just want to make sure that groundwater is safe for us. That's all.
Yeah, 100%. And, the health department, both local and state isn't going to approve it if it's not. And then the kickback from the Connecticut Water Company is they're not going to approve it if it's not. They have a say in this whole matter. But, in general, just so everybody understands, this project and the project across the street, we're at the outer edge, the very outer edge of the aquifer. It's, for example, Town Hall is in the aquifer. All the units that are directly downgraded is in the aquifer. There's multiple housing units and commercial sites that are currently in the aquifer. Our goal is to not pollute the aquifer anymore. And you know, that's implemented into our plan.
And the other question I had was, I got a little bit late to the meeting, but the line along Duck Hole Road, is there going to be a significant buffer there? So if you can picture from 94 and 110 looking out of our homes across the new road, across Duck Hole,
Yes.
is be a tree line buffer of some sort so that, you know, we've been there for 45 years and we don't want to look at the back of all these condos. Is there going to be a tree line buffer? I may have missed it in the site plan. I'm on my phone. I can't see it.
Yeah, no worries, Jim. The dark green area on our plan, I don't know if you were able to see our plan, is going to be a landscape buffer virtually around the entire parcel. When we come in with the detailed site plan, we're going to hire a landscape architect to physically design that. Our goal is if we can leave the existing trees that border that area, we would love to do so. The unfortunate thing is the state with their land clearing came down and cleared like a 70-foot swath right on Old Duck Hole Road and just opened all that up. If they didn't do that, you would have pretty much a 50 to 60 foot very dense buffer. You know, right now you probably only have like a 20-foot buffer with those trees that are in that area.
Okay. And then the third final question I had, I think was for Mr. Sullivan, so that if they modify that traffic taking a left out of the end of New Road up Duck Hole towards the town campus, if they modify that and pull that curb line back, the only thing I'm concerned about is the headlights of all the vehicles will be shining directly into my living room at that stop sign. Is there any way to alleviate that or consider that when that plan is in place? Do they have steps for that, is what I'm getting at?
Again, there's different things that could be done across the street in front of your property. If that's the case, many times it may look like it would be on a planometric plan. We could certainly take more of a look at that. And if when the landscape architect comes on board, and if there is that direct line, we could see about some type of cross screening.
I think if you take that into consideration next time you take a left at the end of New Road, just think about where those lights would be and where I'm 94. I'm right there. You'll see what I mean. Just take a look at it. I know, you know, that's not going to halt any kind of project or nothing, but it's just something that we want to maintain our quality of life. We've been there for a long time.
Understood. So, that's very important.
That's all I'm looking to do, and I appreciate all of your answers. And I think the site plan looks very nice. And thank you for your time.
Yeah. Just one other thing for Jim is, you know, Jim, if you can hear me, as we go through the process, I'll probably knock on your door with the site plan and just give you a cursory review, just so you know what we're trying to do for you and try to alleviate your concerns with that stuff.
That'd be great. Like I said, we have a significant frontage from New Road all the way to the town campus almost.
Yep.
A significant part of that, 94 and 110. So come by anytime. My dog.
Yep. So. Yep. Thanks, Jim.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, the next question is Donald Green.
Okay.
Donald, if you could please identify yourself for the record.
Yes, my name is Donald Green. I'm a Madison resident. I just have a really simple question. I noticed that all the planned development was approved for 2 or 3 bedroom homes. Are any of those homes going to be 3 bedroom?
You know, I'll take over the architectural hat on this one since our architect isn't here. I do believe all the units are 2 bedroom units, and none will be 1 or none will be 3. I believe 2 bedroom is, you know, what we're kind of after due to the physical layouts of the buildings.
Mr. Green, could we get your address, please?
Sure. I live at 80 Randy Drive in Madison, Connecticut.
Great, thanks. Any other questions?
Yes, Jerry C., if you could identify yourself for the record, please, and ask your question.
Yes, good evening. My name is Jerry Cox from 135 Buckhole Road, representing my mother-in-law, Jacqueline Fasulo. Thank you for this opportunity. Our family's been in the drilling and blasting business for 50 years, so we're not opposed to well-designed new development too often. And I don't think we are here either. But like Mr. Carson said, and we have great developers with great reputations here. Our concern is sharing the northern border, is that quality of life and privacy. I'm just wondering if there's any plan to have a vegetative buffer, providing year-round like arborvitaes or something along our border. We will share the closest border. I think according to the drawing I see there, the preliminary, the closest units might be within 30 feet of the property line that we share. So I know they'll have back lawns to them. There's not much of a buffer of natural trees that'll be maintained there that are there now. So I'm hoping that there's an opportunity to do a buffer of arborvitae there and chain link fence.
Yeah, so to answer Jerry's questions, and you know, Jerry, if you don't mind, you know, I'll probably knock on your door too as we go forward. Yes, we will definitely add that into our plan to make that landscape buffer as dense as possible. You know, the whole premise is this is the preliminary master plan, and then as we go forward into the final design, that's where we really start getting into the design work and the grading over there. Preliminarily, we've gone through the grading, and yes, that area that's actually dark green will not only be heavily planted, but it will also become an open space section, so nobody can take those plants down.
I appreciate that, and please stop over. We'd love to talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other hands raised?
Yes, Madam Chair. Fran Brady. Fran, if you could identify yourself for the record, please.
Yeah, hi, I'm Francis Brady. I'm 108 Genesee Lane. I had two questions. The first is around the affordable housing issue, and it's directed to Aaron. Are there any remaining PDD areas that have the same potential to improve our town's affordable housing percentage as this parcel does? And I base it on what I've seen. I don't think so. I mean, I would hope that you would push, and if I'm correct, I hope that you would push for an affordable housing percentage that is greater than the 10% that they're proposing, and something closer to 30 to help us close the gap. I have a second question, but you can answer that one first if you want.
To answer your question, whether or not there are any other parcels identified as eligible for applying for a PDD approval, the answer is no. Currently, Section 32 of the zoning regulations applies to both the north and south corners of New Road at that intersection of Duck Hole.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I mean, there really aren't any other places to put affordable housing in our town that this parcel seems to have the great potential to do.
I think that's a different question.
Affordable housing well, at least per the Affordable Housing Appeals Act of Section 8-30, would be eligible in any zone that allows for residential use. So there is an ability for affordable housing throughout the community.
So what is the process?
Under that process, as far as,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
you know, and there are some other existing sections of our zoning code that address affordable housing. However, you know, when we went through the affordable housing plan with the town, I think that zoning analysis, we realized that not many people are utilizing the affordable housing or the housing opportunity districts in our zoning regulations. They're cumbersome and more restrictive than the housing appeals process. And since we have not met our 10% minimum affordable housing units, out of our housing stock, that seems to be the way that developers would bring affordable housing into town. Now, another option is, and this would be some of the responsibility of this commission and the Affordable Housing Committee, is to look at other opportunities for encouraging affordable housing, whether it's through town sponsored projects or inclusionary zoning, things of that nature.
So is there a way forward to ask these people to increase the 10% to 30%? What is the process to improve it, this particular project?
In this particular, the zoning regulations for the PDD do not require an affordable housing component. And so it simply is something that's being offered by the developer at this time.
So that our town has no plan to reach our goals then?
What's that?
Does our town have a plan?
Yes, we adopted
our
an
goals.
affordable housing plan.
And is this a missed opportunity?
I think this is an opportunity that the developer is offering to the town. It's not required currently under our zoning
Okay,
regulations.
I got it. I got it. All right, I got it.
But
All
I
right.
think the Board of Selectmen have just appointed an affordable housing committee, an ad hoc affordable housing committee, to begin implementing the goals of the affordable housing plan that was adopted last year. So we are at the beginning stages of looking into ways that we can implement those goals. The plan does clearly spell out goals and recommended timeframes to achieve those goals. So that's something.
Thank you. Attorney Shansky sort of gave the opportunity to ask her for a greater percentage than 10. So I just hope someone pushes her that way. My second question is on the potential for public transportation to service that area. The two development zones seems to be a perfect spot for a bus stop. Is there currently a route there or not?
We would love there to be a route. I don't know if there's a stop in that area currently right now.
I don't believe there is currently. We do have our existing lines through the Ninetown Transit and Connecticut CT Transit. Most of those come down the Boston Post Road and focus in the downtown area. However, the town is looking to partner with the Estuary Transit District, who runs Ninetown Transit, in looking at opportunities to expand our public transportation. We currently have a survey out amongst our residents now to see how familiar you are with our current public transportation and what needs you see are relevant to the community. So I would encourage you to complete that survey, which is available on the town's website.
I have completed it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brady. Any others?
Yes, Denise McGregor. Denise, if you could identify yourself for the record.
Hi, I'm Denise McGregor, 35 Scotland Avenue. I just have a couple of quick questions. One, are these units going to be for rent? Are they all going to be ownership? And how soon do you think construction might begin?
I believe the developer is going to be putting them up for sale. Each unit will be sold. They will not be rented. So you'll have individual owners owning each unit with a condo association. From what the owners and developers have told me is they want to get going yesterday ASAP. So as soon as the master plan is approved and we start on the detailed site plan design, we'd like to get this back in front of the commission as quick as we can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I don't see anyone else with their hands raised for a question.
Okay, thanks. Any responses or questions from the commissioners?
No.
Okay, then I think we can open up to public for opposition or in favor, if there are any.
I don't see any hands raised, Madam Chair.
Okay, great.
Oh, I take that back. Donald Green. Donald, go ahead and identify yourself again, please, for the record.
Donald Green, 80 Randy Drive, Madison, Connecticut. I think this is a very excellent, well thought out plan. And the fact that the developer is offering a certain percent, I think 10% or 15% to affordable housing, I think is a step in the right direction. I think that it shows that he's committed to our town and to this project.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No.
And any further comments or questions from commissioners? Would the applicant like to make another closing statement?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think through the testimony of our team, the application materials themselves, the most excellent planning staff report that you received from Ms. Mannix, and the support from the public, we would thank you very much for your consideration and urge the adoption of the master plan.
Thank you, Attorney Shansky. In that case, could I have a motion to move to deliberations, close the public hearing and move to deliberations? Thank you. John Morgan, second.
I'll second.
I got Michael's voice first. So seconded by Michael. Any further discussion? All in favor to close the public hearing and move to deliberations? It's unanimous. All right, thoughts among commissioners. I think we have had an excellent presentation and a lot of good questions. Any further questions or thoughts or comments?
Well, no questions.
Elliot, that's right. There's no more questions. Thank you. We've ended the public hearing. We're in deliberations. This is why I have a co-chair. Thank you, Elliot. Any thoughts?
I'll go first. I think it's a great project. I think they did a great job with the presentation for the master plan. It looks like it'll be a nice project. I like the idea that they have offered up 10% for affordable housing when they weren't required to offer any. I also like the idea that Mr. Harkin is very open about going knocking on doors and making sure that the neighbors that they're going to be abutting are not going to be affected in any negative manner. So I think it's a great project and look forward to seeing the final design.
Thank you, Elliot. Anyone else?
I have a quick question maybe for Aaron or for you, Carol. So my understanding is the planned development district has already been approved for this parcel. We're just being asked to approve the master plan that they're proposing for it. Is that correct?
Yeah, just for clarification, the PDD has already been approved for this area. And we've already approved the master plan for the medical building across. Sorry, we haven't?
So this property, as I indicated, is identified in the section 32, the PDD regulations, as eligible for making application for PDD.
Thank you,
So
Aaron.
these were two properties, the north side, which is subject before you this evening, and the south side. So prior to many of your arrivals in the fall of 2022, an application for map amendment for the PDD and master plan approval for the south side medical office building was approved. Now before you this evening is a map amendment and master plan approval to designate these three parcels as a PDD per this master plan. So that is what you're doing this evening.
On the north side of New Road. Also, Aaron, it is mentioned in the plan of conservation and development, I believe, or it's shown on a map that this area.
That's the opportunity, yes, and that's further described in the eligibility criteria in the existing regulations. So there are only two properties currently in town that may apply to become planned development districts. It's this parcel and the property to the south, which was already approved as a PDD. And now you're waiting for the site plan approval process.
So we're approving the master plan.
Yes,
And
so
we'll come back with
Right.
more specific site plans.
this is where you're acting in your legislative capacity, where you have full discretion in approving a zoning map amendment. You're essentially overlaying this master plan, and that will supersede the underlying zoning district below that RU2.
Does that answer your question, John?
Yes, and this only applies to these two parcels.
Right.
Got it.
This,
Okay, thank you.
this only applies to these 3 parcels for the residential development.
On the north side of
That's what this
New Road.
particular application is now.
Well, I agree with what Elliot said about this application and the presentation. Aaron, thank you for your lengthy explanation. We still obviously don't quite get it. This is our first PDD. It's exciting. I'm glad that it seems to be favorably received so far, but we need to vote on it.
This is your second.
This is our second part of this. Sorry, that's why.
Oh, this is your second PDD.
Right.
That's your
sorry.
hearing.
That's why I asked Attorney Shansky in the very beginning for clarification about the different phases of this project and the fact that we've approved the medical building. And now we've got 2 phases of a residential property
Correct.
on the north side of New Road. And that's what we're voting on this evening.
So a question on what the steps are. So if we are to approve this initial request, then a true master plan is developed and we look at that as well.
So this is the master plan. It's this conceptual rendering, and it includes the narrative, the architectural drawings. The entirety of this application constitutes that master plan for development. Upon approval of this zoning map amendment and overlaying the PDD designation onto this property, that gives the green light for the applicant to apply for a site plan approval, which is an administrative approval by the commission, where a public hearing is optional. And that's where they'd be subject to the full engineered drawings, detailed traffic reports, stormwater, septic design, all of that.
Okay, so at that point, if there are any issues with the traffic flow, with the way the units are finalized as far as what they're going to be, because at the point was brought up by someone that I think in the comments, the master plan I think had the layout. It designated a significant number of the units to be 3-bedroom and some to be 2, and now the commentary was that it's just 2-bedroom. So that changes a little bit the dynamic of the type of housing that's going to be there. And so I'm curious, I'm just being new, what are the steps we have as far as understanding what actually will be built? Is that the next step? Or
So-
is that the step?
Yep, the conceptual drawing shows a mixture of 2-unit, 3-unit, and 4-unit buildings. And the regulations allow for a maximum of 3 bedrooms per unit. And so the question that came by the public was whether or not any of those units were going to be 3-bedroom units. And based on the architectural drawings that we received, those all of them are 2 units. Some show a loft kind of
2-bedroom.
area. But, yeah,
2-bedroom, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Talking, Michael. Yes, 2-bedroom units, excuse me.
Okay.
So, and if that's something that the commission would like to see more of a variety, that may be something that the applicant, just as I had suggested, 1st floor master bedrooms, to add some flexibility to the units, or perhaps ADA compatibility. That's something that the commission can recommend at the time of master plan.
Okay, got it. Thank
The
you.
time of master plan, Aaron, or site plan?
Well, if you recommend it now, then the applicant would know that you would encourage, maybe perhaps some of the units to be, increase the number of bedroom. Some of that will be determined based on septic, capabilities as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts? Bob O'Connor.
I don't have one. Why?
Just checking.
I hadn't raised my hand or anything. Why are you calling on me, Carol?
Because you're at the upper left
Wants to
corner of
say
my
something.
screen.
Oh,
Janet, did you have something?
Janet.
Yeah, no, I move to approve this master plan for 155 New Road, map 60, lots 9, 10, 11, RU2 zone.
and I would second that.
If that's the direction the commission would like to go, I can share a draft resolution with you in that direction for your consideration and review and updating if you feel necessary.
Thank you.
Sure.
Aaron, do you want to read it for us?
Do I? I would recommend that whoever's making the motion, if it's acceptable, to then read that into the record, please.
Janet, can you do that?
Sure.
Thank you.
I get the right glasses here. 155 New Road PDD petition. The following draft resolution is offered, voted, that the Madison Planning and Zoning Commission approve application number 22-31, 155 New Road, map 60, lots 9, 10, 11, RU2 zone. Petitioner, Hammonasset Commons LLC, property owner 155 New Road, Madison LLC. Petition for zone boundary change, Plan Development District per section 32 to construct 45 dwelling units and associated site improvements in a two-phase development based upon the following findings. Number one, the applicant has successfully demonstrated that the proposal is consistent with section 32.2.1 of the zoning regulations as the location, uses, and layout of the proposed PDD are in conformance with the intent of and the goals and objectives contained in the Plan of Conservation and Development. The proposed PDD is in harmony with the surrounding neighborhoods and land uses, and its proximity to major roads, including I-95, will help provide convenient access to the site while minimizing impacts to local residential streets. The applicant has provided a conceptual plan to help alleviate to help alleviate safety and operational issues at the intersection of Route 450 at New Road - Duckhole Road. The applicant has further agreed to pursue discussions with the town and Connecticut DOT regarding these proposed improvements. Furthermore, no natural or historic resources are present on the site that require protection. Number two, the petition demonstrates consistency with section 32.3.2 of the zoning regulations as the subject parcel meets the characteristics required for eligibility for PDD designation, such as minimum district size, parcel location, and minimum lot footage. Number three, the commission has considered section 32.3.3 of the zoning regulations in making this decision and determined that the proposed 45 residential units are an appropriate development of these parcels located in an identified opportunity area in the Plan of Conservation and Development. This project will further the goals of the 2013 POCD by providing diversified housing opportunities, which will help accommodate the needs of the community.
Thank you, Janet. There was one word that was that you missed at the end of paragraph 2, which was frontage, not footage.
Sorry.
That's quite all right. You did great. Thank you so much. Could I have a second or
Oh, wait, Aaron, can we add number 4, the 10% or 5 affordable housing units commitment, whichever is greater?
thank you,
Yeah,
Bob.
the last sentence of the draft says diversified, but it doesn't specify what that
Specify
means.
or quantify, yeah.
Bob is suggesting.
Sounds good.
It was very nice of them, so,
Do we want to say anything about 3-bedroom units?
no.
Okay,
Nice reading, Janet.
Sorry.
This
Oh,
is
don't have much
nice,
of a voice.
nice reading, you know.
Don't have much of a voice
Pretty
left.
emotion, you know, it's good.
could we have a second then on this motion?
I'll second it again. Well, I'll
Take Elliot's actually.
get Elliot.
And is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous? Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all you applicants.
All right, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you
Have a
very
great
much.
day, and we'll see you soon.
Great.
Bye, everyone.
You.
Thank you.
Good work, guys.
Okay, next on our agenda, we have 22-33. The applicant is Fraser Lulage, a petition for regulation amendment to Madison zoning regulation, section 32, Plan Development District. Could I have a motion to, it's a continuance of the public hearing for 22-3. Motion to open or continue? Thank
Motion
you.
to continue.
John, thank you. And a second from Bob?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And I see some applicants.
Okay. Attorney Beatty, can you hear us? Do I have you?
Looks like he's muted, maybe.
I can hear you. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, excellent.
Great. Nobody needs to see my face anyhow. So, good evening. My name is Jeffrey Beatty. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Fraser Lulage. This is our application to amend the zoning regulations to permit the I think it's kind of apropos that we're following the previous application where the this would be the step that would expand the number of properties. There we are. Hello. That would expand the number of properties eligible for consideration as a planned development district or PDD. So following last month's meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission, we talked with Aaron and reduced the scope of the proposed text amendment to reduce the number of lots that would be eligible for consideration as a planned development district to 2. One being the Madison Winter Club site and the other being the Barbary Hill Farms site. The reason why we did 2 instead of just the Winter Club site is there is a requirement within applicable zoning law that designating just one property for a specific use violates the uniformity of zoning concept. So we expanded the area that would be considered for eligible lots, and within that area, the properties that satisfy the criteria would be the Winter Club site and the Barbary Hill Farms site. The result would be if the Planning and Zoning Commission amended the regulations in their current, the proposed text amendment in its present form, that those 2 properties would then become eligible to present to this commission exactly, or not exactly in terms of what would be in front of the commission, but the process would be the same. We would present to the commission a master plan for, in my client's case, the Winter Club property, going into the detail with regard to the intended use, parking area, buffer zones, frontage, driveway, all those types of things that were presented to the commission just a few moments ago. We would go through that, and then the commission would decide whether or not our proposed use was a good idea for designating the Winter Club parcel as a PDD and adopting the master plan that we would present for the Winter Club. So if the commission were to adopt the proposed amendment as written, it would not be either for the Winter Club property or for the Barbary Hill Road, Barbary Hill Farm property, would not be approving any development of either of those properties tonight. It would not be approving any, it would not be indicating that there was any sort of intent to approve a certain type of development of any sort. All it would do would be allow my client with regard to the Winter Club and another applicant with regard to the Barbary Hill Farm property to present to this commission a proposal for approval of the property as a planned development district and a master plan. Similar to what you just did a few moments ago, we would go through all the criteria in your regulations and demonstrate how we satisfied those criteria and why we felt it was appropriate, at least with the Winter Club property, for this commission to approve our proposed use. For another property, the Barbary Hill Farm property, for example, and I don't want to speak for them, they'd have to do the same thing. And it would be a public hearing where members of the public, just like you did a few moments ago, would ask questions, would have an opportunity to speak in favor or in opposition to the plan. And then this commission would have the opportunity, would then make a decision as to whether or not that proposed master plan and PDD designation was appropriate for that site. The advantage of doing that for these two properties is that they've been identified by this commission as opportunity areas for potential development other than traditional subdivision, or as with the case of the Winter Club property, continued use as a club or as development into single family dwellings. The Winter Club, for those of you who may not be familiar with it, is located in a residential zone, and the use is permitted as of right because it is a club. It's no secret, and we've presented this all along. My client's goal is to acquire the property and convert it into a restaurant. Restaurants are not permitted as of right in a residential zone. So the idea of presenting this property as becoming a text amendment to make this property become eligible for consideration as a planned development district is what we're here before you tonight to do, to allow us to then come back to you with a master plan and a design for the use of the property as a restaurant. That's what our goal is. And the reason that it's not just for the Winter Club property is to avoid the decision that this commission makes. If you were to approve the text amendment solely on the Winter Club, it would be vulnerable to appeal on the grounds that it was not a uniformly approved application because it was targeting just one property, i.e. the Winter Club property. And so by expanding the number of properties that are eligible and the area that would be eligible for consideration of a planned development district, you are, if you were to approve this amendment, you are insulating your decision to allow this type of use or to allow this commission to consider applications before it from attack on the grounds that it was improperly that you improperly amended your regulation. So that's the reason it's not just for the Winter Club property this evening. But at the same point, if you were to adopt this text amendment, you're not approving anything tonight other than giving my client as the potential purchaser of the property and whoever ultimately decides to advance the Barbary Hill Farm project the opportunity to come back before you with a plan showing you what they would like to do. At which point, it'll be a public hearing, and I know I'm repeating myself, but I think it's important to emphasize this, not only to the members of the commission, but to anybody who might be want to have better ideas of what's going on in the public. Nothing is being approved tonight other than, if you approve the text amendment, other than allowing my client or someone with regard to the other property that's eligible to come back before you with a plan. That's it. And we've reduced it, if the commission members will recall, from a wide number of properties throughout town back in December, when that proposed amendment was denied, to a smaller number of properties last month, to 2 properties tonight. That's the number of properties that would be eligible. Again, just eligible for consideration as a PDD. You're not approving PDDs tonight. You're not approving master plans tonight. All you're doing is saying, we think it might be an appropriate planning tool for this commission to have to allow an applicant to come before us with a plan that otherwise wouldn't fit with the regulations of the zone that it's located in, to come before us and say why they think this property should be designated as a planned development district and a master plan approved for it. Because we think what they're proposing to do for the site makes sense for the overall plan of comprehensive development for the town. In my client's case, that would be, we think it's a good idea for the Winter Club site to become a restaurant, given its location on the Boston Post Road, its historic use as a club, the lack of opposition from the neighbors, the support for the project in the community. We think that this site is, that this proposed plan for the site is a good idea. If there's another application that comes before you, I'm not going to speak one way or the other for that, other than to say it gives you the opportunity to consider alternative plans of development for the site that you otherwise wouldn't be able to consider. And as I tell my kids ad nauseum, options are always a good thing to have. And what this happens is, if you adopt this text amendment, it affects a number of different parties, but primarily 2. It impacts this commission's ability to consider alternative means of developing a site that you otherwise couldn't consider. And it provides applicants with alternative proposals that they could make to this commission to consider. And as I say, options are, in my opinion, are always a good thing to have. So what you're really doing if you were to amend the regulations as we proposed, is giving yourself more options to consider with regard to these 2 properties, and giving the potential applicants more opportunities and options with what types of development they can present to you for consideration. That, I believe, was the goal when this commission adopted the Planned Development District regulation in 2019, was to recognize that there were areas of town or parcels of land in town that don't exactly fit in with what's the zone for that property, but should be developed in some creative way, that they otherwise couldn't be. And so by allowing the creation of this Planned Development District mechanism, although it only identified 2 properties, the ones on the north and south of New Road at the time the regulation was the regulations were amended, now is the opportunity for you to say, okay, we like what happened with regard to New Road. Let's see if we can consider master plans or PDDs for some other properties. And what we're proposing tonight is that the Winter Club property and the Barbary Hill Farm property be considered as potential sources of, or potential locations for a PDD. Ultimately, it's going to be your decision as to whether or not any proposal for those 2 sites is appropriate, and then you can approve it, modify it, deny it based on what gets presented to you. But nothing's being presented tonight other than, let's give these 2 properties and the owners of those properties and potential developers the opportunity to come back to us with a plan that we can then decide whether or not we think it's appropriate. That's where we are tonight. And so hopefully that explains and clears up any sort of misperceptions about what we're trying to do here. Nothing's being proposed, nothing's being presented, nothing's being suggested as to how these properties are being going to be developed. We're telling you what we're planning on doing, but we've got to come back to you with a plan that shows how we are going to implement what we'd like to do with the site. The only other thing that I'd like to add, and it's only because I spoke with the attorney for the Winter Club today, is they are very much in favor of this text amendment. The unfortunate reality is the membership of the Winter Club is literally dying every day. They are an elderly group, and there are fewer and fewer of them, and they're also not generating dues. And so they're anxious to have some sort of resolution for this. And I say that not as a threat, I was asked to relay that to this commission by the attorney for the Winter Club. They are hopeful that this application will be approved because if the potential sale to my client falls through because we can't go forward with our goal to have the restaurant plan come back to you, then they're going to have to figure out pretty quickly an alternative way to find somebody interested in buying the property. So I'd be happy to answer any questions from the commission members. I know I've gone on for a little while now, but I just really wanted to reiterate why we're here. And also, I think coming where we did on tonight's agenda was extremely helpful because you just a few minutes ago got to experience what will be happening with regard to the Winter Club property when we come back to you. It was, I thought, a very well put together and very informative presentation from the applicant. There were great questions about points of interest to the members of the commission. Members of the public had an opportunity to ask questions. Members of the public had an opportunity to speak in favor or in opposition to the plan, and ultimately this commission decided they were in favor of it and voted to approve that plan. That is exactly what would happen if this commission were to adopt the proposed text amendment with respect to 2 additional properties, the Winter Club and the Barbary Hill Farm property. So for those reasons, we would urge that you adopt the text amendment as proposed. But again, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Attorney Beatty. Aaron, would it make sense to put up the text the proposed text amendment and make sure we're all on the same page? Thank you for all the changes you've made, and thank you for getting us to this point as part of the process.
So I think if I may, as Attorney Beatty alluded to, we have seen during testimony during previous public hearings support by both members of the commission and the public for the applicant to pursue a restaurant use at the property of 251 Boston Post Road. However, the methodology that was proposed at the last meeting to essentially draw a circle around one property to become eligible for the PDD application is not legally sustainable, nor is it consistent with the plan of conservation and development. And so when you're approving legislatively either text amendments, there is a general two-part test that the commission needs to consider in making these decisions, and that uniformity clause is one of them that Jeff had, Attorney Beatty had indicated. So this is essentially the same reason why the first text amendment, which many of you were not part of, in May of 2022, to allow a restaurant by special exception use on this particular property in a residential zone was denied by the commission. So the applicant listened to the concerns raised at the hearing and did meet with me and considered the discussions that the commission as a whole, generally, it may not be this particular membership, but the Planning and Zoning Commission did explore expanding opportunity areas in town, and that dated back to the December 3rd, 2020 meeting that Attorney Beatty included minutes from. And to further that the intent in section 32.1.1 of the existing plan development district regulations states that the commission recognizes there are highly visible, undeveloped or underdeveloped lots, as well as adaptive reuse opportunities in the town, which may be subject to future development. In order to enhance that future development will both in order to ensure that future development will both enhance the neighborhoods adjacent to these sites and advance the goals and strategies of the Plan of Conservation and Development and its successor documents, the commission created the Plan Development District, which provides the legislative framework for development on these properties. So this is already, these are considerations that the commission has already made. And so the language in light of the discussions at the last meeting and quite frankly, fears that were raised, listening to public testimony and some concerns of the commission of being overly broad in opening up eligibility for applicants to apply for these map amendment process. This narrowed scope was created. And as the commission, some of you recall, again, this is somewhat challenging as many of you are new members. We're not here when the developer contract purchaser for a portion of Barbary Hill Farm at 353 Boston Post Road came before the commission for informal discussion about potential residential development on a portion of the farm. And so that was, a non-binding informational session, basically to get feedback from the commission regarding development and the proposal of residential units there. We do know that the developer of this northeastern portion of what was formerly Barbary Hill Farm has a pending regulated activity permit before the Inland Wetlands Agency for 12 detached residential units. And the hope and what was conveyed to the commission when the developer met with you was to utilize a planned development district mechanism to develop that property. So knowing that there are two specific properties which are desired to be either repurposed or redeveloped at this time, we looked to significantly narrow the scope of eligibility. However, to broaden beyond simply one property to an area that is bounded by commercial, transition, and light industrial districts currently that fronts on Boston Post Road and serves essentially as a gateway into that residential and scenic road area from a little more dense commercial area just west of the Mungertown Road. So the language that was drafted, which I will share the newly revised text. So this is the existing PDD regulations as they're written, no changes. The only change that is proposed to your existing regulations is this section 32.3.2 under the eligibility. And as you'll recall from our previous hearing this evening, there's a minimum district size of 2 acres, which could be a parcel or a combination of parcels. So when you look at, when I share this proposed boundary area and the map, you will see several of the properties currently would not meet a 2-acre minimum or perhaps a minimum frontage of 200 feet on a town or state road. However, if an opportunity presented itself where there were multiple properties available, there could be a potential for a a PDD application, such as the new road one that we saw that consists of 3 parcels proposed to be merged. So just keep that in mind as well. Again, the coastal, if the property is located in a coastal zone, this particular section is not identified as coastal area. However, the language still remains in the section. The lots would be required to be located within a residential or rural residential district. They must, so this is the language that includes the 2 properties on New Road, must be further located within an area specifically designated as a future development opportunity in the 2013 POCD or a successor document. Which a successor document would be, for example, your updated regulation. Perhaps if the commission decides to look at other criteria or expand opportunity areas during your planning process there, that language could be incorporated in that. And then the new text is the word "or" at the end of II. And then the introduction of this III section must be further located within an area bounded to the west by the commercial C district or the transition T district along the center line of Mungertown Road, bounded to the north by the transition T district or light industrial district LI, bounded to the east by the center line of Stony Lane, and bounded to the south by the center line of Boston Post Road. That is the only new text that is proposed at this time to section 32. Everything else exists as currently written in the regulations as far as density, public water, all of the other criteria, open space criteria, appropriateness, all of those control mechanisms that are in the regulations are proposed to remain. To give you an overview of the area of town in which this is proposed, so you can visualize this. This is on a larger scale on our downtown, zoning map that shows areas south of basically I-95. This area in red is a rough rectangle around the subject area. As you can see, our colored portions here, this coral color is the C residential, the pink is the T, and the gray is the light industrial here, which is essentially Fort Path Road. The 2 properties that we have identified as hopeful to utilize a planned development district tool would be this particular property here is or was at this point the Barbary Hill Farm, which has since had a northeastern parcel portioned off as a free split. And then here along the Boston Post Road is the Madison Winter Club existing. I can also share with you a close-up area of this specific region of town so that you can see all of the parcels essentially that would be included within that bound description here. Using those commercial and industrial sites as the boundaries and including these parcels. Many of the properties are currently developed for residential uses. Esterly Farms, which is a condominium plan development in this area here, Stonewall Lane subdivision in this area here. This is the Winter Club with the blue star. These are residential uses. There's an existing church in this area here. And most all of these lots are under 2-acre minimum zoning. The only parcels that do exceed the 2-acre zoning would be the Winter Club, this parcel back here, this subject parcel, and both lots that formerly were known as 353 Boston Post Road. This map does not indicate, but there are significant wetland system in this area associated with the Neck River. Much of this area is unable to be developed as the Neck River would come through here and essentially cross the Post Road in this area. So I think that visually will give you the boundaries of what's proposed now. And if you have any specific questions.
If I could just add one other item. One of the questions that was asked of us when we first proposed amending the regulations to allow this use by a special exception was, how do we know if we approve it for a restaurant use, which is what our client intends to do, that we're not going to get some other different kind of restaurant? My client operates off Rest at Killingworth, which I think we would all agree is a very, very nice restaurant. But if we said just a restaurant, what's to prevent, some other, more fast food type place coming in there? The advantage of going forward with the planned development district, as this commission just experienced a short time ago, is you get to see the use that's proposed on that site with the master plan, and that's what gets approved. It doesn't matter down the road if somebody wants to change it. They can't do that as of right. They have to come back to you and amend the use. So I keep coming back to this issue of control and review authority that this commission would have. The advantage of the planned development district is that once you approve the master plan, they have to, if there's any change, they have to come back to you. So if my client gets approved for a restaurant with a certain look and size, and someone else down the road, he decides to sell it and they want to change it up, they've got to come back to you and show you what they want to change. And then you have to decide whether or not you want to approve those modifications. So this tool, the PDD, it gives you a fair amount of control and at the same time flexibility as the needs of the change town, the needs of the town change. And as a result, it's, in my opinion, a great opportunity for this commission, not only because my client wants to put a restaurant there, but it gives the commission a certain amount of control over any type of planned development district throughout the town, as you just saw a few minutes ago when you approved the proposed development of your property north of the road.
Thank you. Any questions from commissioners?
I do have a question. In the presentation, you're pretty adamant that it was just 2 properties that were going for the PPD at this point, but the overall map looked like there was quite a few other properties that fall within the zone, especially with the actual text amendment. I mean, it seems to me like there's more like 40 or 50 properties that would fall within the zone.
That's true that they are within the zone, but as Ms. Mannix pointed out, a lot of those have already been developed with either with single family houses or in the case of Esterly Farms, a condominium complex. Also, the large parcel between or just immediately to the west of the Barbary Hill Farm property has the Neck River, or the beginnings of the Neck River, flowing through it and is impacted by wetlands. So that is largely, I don't think, will be eligible to be developed. So there is a possibility that parcels could be combined, but and satisfy the requirements to be considered as a PDD. But that would mean that a developer would need to buy those properties or get those people to agree to sell their homes, or in the case of Esterly Farms, dissolve the association or all the unit owners agree to transfer it in order to be considered for a PDD. So the aggregate number of properties that are within the district is greater than 2, but as of right now, the only 2 that would qualify would be the Winter Club property and Barbary Hill Farm. That you're absolutely right, though. There could be a time in the future if people decided to combine lots, that another application could come before you. But I think the likelihood of that happening, given that most of the properties are already developed with single family homes, or a condominium complex or are impacted by wetlands is relatively small.
All right, but it is possible. I mean, it's similar to what happened with the General's residence. There's two properties that were combined to make them qualify for the cluster development. Not that I was opposed to it. I actually voted in favor of the project, but it is a possibility.
It is a possibility, but again, this commission would retain control over whether or not what was presented was something that was going to be approved or not.
So Elliot, I can share with you, which is a little clearer image, is it's from our GIS, and it does show the aerial photo. So you can see what the density is in the area, as well as the natural resources and the Neck River area, just to kind of, it just will give you another perspective, since that was very flat image initially. So the yellow, as you can see, yellow is a residential zone. That's the R1 zone. So if and this color, the pink and the gray and the lavender up are the commercial, transition, and light industrial zones. So if I turn off the zoning overlay, we are roughly following this area here along Stony Lane and the center line of Boston Post Road. Again, the Winter Club is in this region here, and you can see this dark shading. This is essentially inland wetlands and watercourses. And so most of that is area that is unable to or likely to not be developed, and is regulated. Areas within 100 feet of that are regulated by the Inland Wetlands Agency, for example, which is why the development in this portion of the former Barbary Hill Farm is before their review currently. But you're correct. There are properties that could be combined to reach the minimum 2-acre zoning. You know, as you see here, this is a 1.2 acre, 0.85 acre. And then again, you need to maintain, you have the 200 feet of frontage. Even the largest parcel here, which is a commercial use essentially as a church, does not meet the minimum acreage for a PDD eligibility. So you would be looking at combinations of parcels in order to achieve that goal, which is, you know, can't necessarily be ruled out. However, as Attorney Beatty indicated, whatever those master plan proposals are, would have to demonstrate the consistency with the plan, as well as natural resource, scenic resources, as a portion of the Boston Post Road is a scenic road extending from Neck Road to the east. As well as other be served by city water as well.
Can you bring that map back up for 1 second?
The aerial, yes.
Yes, please.
Yes. There you go.
So none of the other parcels that are essentially across the street that are currently being used as commercial uses, none of those would qualify either, it looks like.
At this particular proposal goes to the center line of the Boston Post Road. So this is the north side portion. Mainly because there have been 2 of these opportunity areas, as discussed by the commission, identified as seeking this avenue. However, you're right, there are adjacent non-conforming commercial uses in the area, and the commission will likely need to review the plan development tool and other floating or overlay districts during your plan of conservation and development. However, you're not limited to only consider these mechanisms during the update to the plan of conservation and development. In light of statutory amendments that occurred associated with Public Act 21-29. Now, your enabling statutes require the commission to affirmatively consider equity and fair housing and other opportunities. And we've identified already that the PDD as a tool can do just that. It can increase density in a way that focuses on open space development as a tool, conserving more open space than your traditional subdivision development. It's also important, I think, if I stop sharing, that the commission, and we brought this up at the last hearing, as far as opportunities to create housing diversity, housing stock diversity, and even affordable housing. Without, if you rely on the underlying zoning regulations in your existing zoning code, there is limited opportunity for achieving any type of housing density or diversity, essentially. And so the PDD allows the commission to do this on a case-by-case basis. And really, one of the only other opportunities to do that is that housing appeals procedure that I discussed in the last hearing, which is the 830G process. And so it is important for the commission to understand that that as policy makers, that is one of your roles, and forward thinking and planning. As you're both a zoning commission and a planning commission, you do need to consider opportunities now. It's required to create equity and fair housing and diversity. And otherwise, if we don't create legal mechanisms, you will be facing appeals acts, because we are under that 10% and subject to 830G housing appeals. So, and in the case, and as we're not looking at specific developments, but you can see just by the topography in this specific area, historic farmland, one of the Madison's treasures of the Neck River, of really focusing on conservation and preservation of some open space that we have in historic areas. So it is important to consider utilizing tools and the benefit of these tools.
But the tool of the PDD does not give us any authority regarding any kind of affordable housing, just the term diversified.
Right. And so you're correct. The existing regulations do not mandate an affordable component. Oftentimes you'll find with cluster housing, they're of a smaller unit. These do have a maximum of 3 bedrooms in the PDD. You may find that you can work in agreement with developers for just as in the last case, where they're willing to do a set aside. It also provides not just necessarily of affordable housing units, but it creates opportunities elsewhere in our current housing in town. So you look at one of our largest demographics in the community is our over 65 age. And so there are challenges oftentimes of aging in place in their residence. So looking at now new developments or things where there's opportunities for first floor ADA accessible units, where we lack that throughout town, it ends up shifting residents to some new homes and opening up other market. There's still market rate, but other housing stock within the community to invite in new residents at a price point where they may be able to afford. So it's not necessarily that capital A affordable, but in the case of mixed use developments, you may be getting rental units. As Attorney Beatty had indicated, his client is looking towards perhaps a mixed-use development with some market rate, but rental units. And that is something that is really limited in town now. So they may not necessarily be affordable, but it does create options in housing types throughout.
I mean, the only reason I was asking the question about the other non-conforming commercial uses in the residential zone is why that wasn't considered rather than a 1 mile stretch of Route 1 to be included in the district.
In reality, I do think that at this point, Attorney Beatty's client has been at this for almost a year in trying to find a suitable proposal and work with the town in encouraging the use of a PDD. And there's been a lot of fear, quite frankly, fear raised from residents about change, and likewise commissioners have raised concerns when, you know, I think that's something, whether it's not understanding what controls are in the PDD language as far as legislative authority. And it seems there's a fear of relinquishing control to overdevelopment. And so that's really a decision that the commission needs to make. However, I'm not sure that Mr. Lulaj is looking to be the applicant who's proposing those broader changes to town and to carry that proposal.
I mean, I wish I mean, personally, I wish the whole process was a lot easier for them. I mean, I am fully in favor of the restaurant being in there on that property. It's just a matter of how to get it there and make it happen without
Elliot-
including too much.
Elliot, looking ahead, I think we can also think about other PDDs as we work on the POCD update. If that makes sense. Yeah.
Yep.
Any other questions from the commission? If not, should we open up for questions from the public?
Yes, so Madam Chair, we had, this is a continuation of the public hearing, so we have had public comments in our first round. So my only suggestion would be that those who have spoken already during the public hearing at our last meeting in January, that if you are commenting, to keep your comments rather than repeating yourself related to the new information or the revised proposal before, and of course, any specific questions. Did you want to do questions first?
Yeah, let's do that
Madam
first.
Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay, for those who have their hands raised, we're just going to do questions first. So if you are just looking to make a statement in favor or against the application, if you would just lower your hand for a short moment and we will quickly get to that point. Okay. Okay, I have Laura Jean Lyons. Laura, if you could identify yourself, please, for the record.
Yes, sure. Laura Jean Lyons. I live at 125 River Edge Farms Road in Madison. And I've been following the progress of the Winter Club, and most recently was interested that the Planning and Zoning Commission thought that it should not be just a sole property for a PPD. And so I'm wondering if the addition of the Barbary Farm is simply serendipity and, you know, doesn't make more sense than that.
Erin, do you want to answer? Or Attorney Beatty has already addressed why Barbary Hill is being included in this proposal. Erin, I don't know if you want to elaborate at all further, or Attorney Beatty, if you want to say anything more.
No, I think the reason we did it was it was relatively close in proximity to the Winter Club site, and helped address helped protect against a legal challenge on the grounds that we were taking care of the uniformity, and also both properties have been identified, as Ms. Mannix pointed out, in the December 3rd, 2020 meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission as opportunity properties for the commission to consider alternative developments using the Plan Development District tool. So for those reasons, that's why it was included.
Just was interesting that the timing was very complimentary.
Well, in fairness, it's been included in the original text amendment. We've been narrowing the scope from multiple properties throughout the town to, or hundreds of properties, potential properties, to a smaller number, and now it's down to 2. So we've been trying to narrow the scope while at the same time not running afoul of the law.
Okay. But so for the restaurant to join, or for you guys to join, it's obviously makes a stronger case.
Well, it also makes it more legal.
Right, that's
Okay.
why we did it. It wasn't because we've got an agreement with Barbary Hill Farm. It's designed to prevent, and not, it's for the reasons I just mentioned.
I think we've already discussed that the reasons why Barbary Hill was included in this language, and the steps that the developer and at the time contract purchaser for a portion of that property had initiated with both the town through the Planning and Zoning Commission and the staff and the Inland Wetlands Agency.
Right, but then to join with the restaurant.
They haven't joined with us. We're making this application in a way that we feel is.
The PPD will include both, right?
No, it won't. What's being proposed this evening is an amendment to the text of the Madison zoning regulations that will allow the Planning and Zoning Commission to consider applications for PDDs at the properties identified on that map. And then the commission has to make a determination on a property or an application by application basis whether or not to grant PDD designation to those properties. So all that's happening tonight is the Planning and Zoning, hopefully, the Planning and Zoning Commission says, we think that this is an effective tool that allows some properties to be developed in ways that they aren't eligible to be developed now, and then come back to us when you've got a plan, and we'll decide whether or not we're going to grant PDD designation to that application or not. It's not, they're not linked in any way other than they'll have the opportunity to come back to this commission with a plan for that, for their respective properties.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
James Nordgren, you have a question? If you could identify yourself for the record, please.
Jim Nordgren, 387 Boston Post Road. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Question to Attorney Beatty. At the last meeting, after being directed by the commissioners to narrow the application to include just the Winter Club, and in fact, they directed you to do that at the prior meeting on December 15, the commissioners did. And you said at the 19th meeting, you would be happy to, more than happy, quote, to amend this for just the Winter Club property. So now you're saying that it may be a problem because it could be challenged. What changed? What did you learn about how it could be more challengeable than when you made that statement on January 19, is my question.
Nothing changed. Ms. Mannix pointed out at that same meeting that it was legally suspect grounds to identify just one property. And
do you, a question, do you, who would possibly appeal the Winter Club's designation? I mean, I've heard 40 people speak in the last 3 meetings. They're all 100% for it. I don't think that's a really good reason to not go through with what you said on January 19, that you would just amend it to include just the Winter Club property. So that's, I'm going beyond a question, so I'm gonna just wait for a response, and I'll have more comments later on, but that's my question.
Well, I'm not sure
Thank
what
you.
the question.
What
was.
changed?
Nothing changed. I don't want to get something approved that's going to be tied up in court on appeal for a number of years. I
Do you
can't-
really believe it's going to be tied up on appeal when everyone's in favor of it?
No,
It
I
only
don't
takes
know that
one person to
everyone's
be
in favor of
against it.
Why would I take that chance?
Because then you could get the Winter Club approved tonight by narrowing it.
Thank you for your question.
That's what I've tried to do.
My other question is about this question of uniformity in zoning. I guess you said if it's just the Winter Club, then it's not uniform, but isn't this the same thing? You're zeroing in on just two properties. That's not uniform. My question is, how is that uniform?
There are other properties, as Commissioner Hitchcock pointed out earlier, that could be combined and considered as well.
So my follow-on question is, if, as you said, and Aaron mentioned, and as you wrote, that all the properties in the PDD could conceivably be combined in various ways to satisfy eligibility. And as Commissioner Hitchcock pointed out, that was actually done at the general residence when they just bought that little house. So we're back to 50 plus properties being potentially developed in this PD. And then I count like 40 other neighbors to those 50 properties that could be doing high density development, or the list of things they could be doing is endless. Hotels, daycare centers,
It's,
commercial buildings. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to answer part of what I think you're asking, which is through this process of a PDD, we then get an application for a master plan, which gives us a lot more authority and discretion to approve or turn down uses.
Well, that wasn't really
That's
my
exactly-
question, but
That's
if you
exactly right. That's
if you want
exactly
to
right.
if you want to just go over that point, I think it's disingenuous that you say you're not really approving anything tonight, because once a property is in a PD, it's going to be much harder to deny it. And I'm not a lawyer. I'm referring to Attorney Ainsworth's memo, December 14, that explains a PDD actually gives the commission and the public less control, because he explains once a property is in a PDD, the applicant just needs to meet the minimal requirements of a site plan instead of the more rigorous requirements of a subdivision application. And he goes on to say, once these minimal requirements are met, it has to be approved as of right, and the commission can't deny it. So here's a well-respected land use lawyer saying just the opposite, that you are taking serious steps tonight.
I think
that you are giving up control.
I think if what you quoted is accurate, what he said is that once a property is designated as a PDD, then there's certain restrictions on the ability of the commission to revise it. What we're asking for tonight is we're not asking for any property we've designated as a PDD this evening. What we're asking for is an opportunity to come back before the commission with an application to designate properties to be a PDD. And if the commission thinks that the PDD application has merit and should be approved, they can approve it. If they think it has no merit and it's not appropriate for the site, they can deny it. That's what we're asking for tonight. We're not asking if the commission were to act in favor of the text amendment, no more properties as of the adoption of the amendment are PDDs than right now. It wouldn't be until somebody came back with an application for a property to be designated as a PDD and a master plan that the commission would then make a determination as to whether or not it should be or it shouldn't.
My last question, I don't want to take up too much, but have any of the 50 property owners in this PDD zone been informed that they could be living next to high density housing or hotels or breweries or brew pubs or anything like that? Actually, I talked to one person in the zone today. He had no idea and said nobody knows about this. And I note that Attorney Beatty's letter explaining this, which is helpful, although I don't agree with it, was dated today. And I also note that the website through unavoidable technicalities did not have the packet available for this application until 36 hours ago. So one of my recommendations would be to keep this meeting open so that some of the neighbors can at least be informed that this zoning change is happening and their neighbors could be, developing these things right next to them.
Well, I can't speak for the every person who owns property within the zone, but the folks who are next to the Winter Club property are aware of the change and are in favor of it.
Shouldn't the 50 other property owners at least be notified? Seems
Mr.
unfair.
Nordgren, a process for a text amendment to the zoning regulations requires legal notice in the newspaper and public hearing process, which is what we are in currently. If a particular subject property is applying for a specific use that is subject to a text amendment or a map amendment or a special exception use, then a notification of abutting property owners within a certain distance would need to be noticed ahead of the public hearing.
I think they
So
should.
the proper notifications have been
know about this tonight.
completed. So there is no specific proposal for any uses within the bounded area proposed in the text, as Attorney Beatty has indicated.
Let me yield to other people because I've asked too many questions, but I have a few more to follow up with. Thank you.
Thank you. Francis Angelino, if you have a question. Francis, can you unmute? There you go. Is your microphone working, Francis?
Or you keep going back and forth, unmuted to muted. Now you're muted.
I don't
No,
see
you're
any
not.
sound coming out of the microphone. I'll give you a minute to troubleshoot with your sound and we'll go on to the next question. And then once you're ready, you can raise your hand again. Julie, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Unmute.
Yes, hi, this is Julie Ovian. I am one of the 50 residents in the 317 Boston Post Road that actually, do exist and do care about what happens to my area. I bought this home over 30 years ago and it's on a beautiful scenic route and I'd like to keep it that way. So my question for you is, what is the definition of a transition district? That's question one, and how it applies in this whole scenario, and whether a transition district could be used just for the Winter Club to get it, approved, and would that hold up to scrutiny under appeal? It seems to me like the Winter Club is on the boundary of what is close to commercial and potentially, the transition zone. So why not do that instead of taking this huge portion of, well, huge in my mind, but this large portion of Boston Post Road, which is a scenic route, one of the rare residential historic routes. It actually is under consideration for becoming a historic district as well, which I know many of the people that live on that road want to do. And to keep the integrity of this beautiful stretch of land. Madison is centered around Boston Post Road. So I think this is something we shouldn't take lightly, the integrity of this district.
Thank you.
So can somebody answer my question about the transition district? Because it seemed kind of arbitrary to me.
Did you want to take that, Attorney Beatty, or would you like me to explain what a transition zone is?
The transition zone is typically an area, a zone that's designated for properties between different uses, usually residential and commercial. And so the designation of the TS zone is nearby the existing residential zone in which the Winter Club is located. The problem of identifying putting just the Winter Club in a TS zone is the same issue with regard to the uniformity that we were talking about previously.
Well, in my mind, it wouldn't be just the Winter Club. It would be, you've got the car dealerships, you've got the commercial zone, then you've got Mungertown Road, then you have one property on Stonewall, and then you have the Winter Club. So basically, you could just put those two properties, the one on the corner of Stonewall and Boston Post Road and the Winter Club, in a transition zone and accomplish this. And it seems like that would be uniform.
Transition zone does not allow for restaurant use.
Okay, so what if we were to extend the commercial zone to those two properties, or whatever zoning is required for? I mean, that would be two properties impacted instead of 50.
Right. So Julie, in a zone change, when the commission applies a zone change, for example, changing a residentially zoned property to a commercial property, there's no guarantee what use will go onto that property. It would be subject to the permitted and permitted by special exception uses that are allowed in that zone. When you look at a tool such as a planned development district, it essentially provides more control to the Planning and Zoning Commission to legislatively look and apply in the same capacity a map amendment, but with the approval of a specific master plan, knowing specifically that this zone can only be approved as a PDD if it is this specific master plan. That is a different process than if you were simply going to do a map amendment and change a zone. There is that is not something that the commission can condition. And there are no guarantees that when a particular property is rezoned, that you will be guaranteed a specific use on that property. In addition, additionally, the commission, in making these map amendments, needs again to consider this uniformity and this principle of uniformity, and rather than just overlaying one specific commercial property, a commercial zone within a surrounding residential zone, it would need to have show some sort of connection, and whether that's abutting or an extension of an existing commercial zone. Simply to overlay a new commercial, not overlay, but replace a residentially zoned property with a commercial one can be considered spot zoning. Particularly,
that's what I'm saying. This would be, I'm talking about an extension of a current one, so that the impact is only on two properties rather than 50.
That is not the proposal that is before the commission this evening.
I understand that. That's what I'm saying, as far as, the direction that Attorney Beatty has gotten and his client, that they should use this mechanism to get their restaurant approved, I think was misguided.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mary Kate Gonlick. Mary Kate, if you could identify yourself for the record. Can you unmute?
Hi, so sorry.
There you go.
Mary Kate Goblick, property owner at 3118 Boston Post Road.
Yes.
So I'm wondering at what point we consider Attorney Beatty's reason to his validity for concern of appeal. How does that take precedent over what our concerns are for what rezoning the district of this section would leave for every property affected, aside from Winter Club and the farm?
Attorney Beatty, did you want to comment on that?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, so my understanding is that the question at hand here is that we are being presented with this because Attorney Beatty is concerned for appeal if he were to just go for Winter Club, like he had mentioned that he was going to sort of alter the question of what he needed right now. Right now, it was about the Winter Club. So where have we strayed from that? And my understanding from what I've heard tonight is that it's because concern of appeal, if he were to just go for Winter Club. I need some validity on why we need to be concerned about his concern about appeal.
Because typically the planning and zoning commissions try to act within the law. And adopting a regulation that targets just one property is not typically a legal way of adopting zoning regulations or making amendments to the regulation.
I think to further on that, the ability for an appeal process, it comes following a decision made by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and an appeal is made to Superior Court of the commission's decision, and often party to that decision is the applicant, but also the town. And so the commission themselves needs to consider their legal responsibilities and what is prescribed in the statutes detailing how decisions are to be made with respect to amending regulations. So they are bound by their enabling statutes, and the statutes are in place to prevent arbitrary decisions being made by the commission. And that in turn, when appeals are received, costs taxpayers significant money in legal expenses for the commission. So it's not just an applicant who would be concerned of a potential appeal, but the Planning and Zoning Commission is cognizant of their legal responsibilities in making decisions as well.
Okay, so it was addressed only because it was noted. And so I guess, thoughts on it are that to further Julie Ovian's comments, or Jim Norgren's, if there was a pool of the remaining properties in between, you would get favoritism towards the Winter Club, but not towards what is being presented today.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I have Frank Angelina with a question.
Okay.
Frank, if you could identify yourself, please, for the record.
Frank Angelino, 42 Stony Lane. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We're one of the affected properties in yellow, although we didn't have anything to do with it. the question was raised about why not a direct amendment. It seems like using the PDD on such a great expansion throughout the area is not the way to do a zoning amendment for one specific property. As others have noted, there's apparently a great deal of support for a restaurant on this site. Why not do it surgically? I've been in land use law in New York City for over 50 years, and the appeals are very few and very rare. I think Attorney Beatty's representation about the appeal sounds like a Trojan horse to use such a wide swath of land for the development of just one site, which is the Winters Club. The question I have is, when he uses the words Barbary Hill Farm, is he talking about just the formal portion, the 5.2 acres of Barbary Hill Farm at the corner of Stony Lane and Fourth Pass Road? Or is he talking about the remainder of Barbary Hill Farm for PDD development? And does he have any relationship? And what is his relationship for including it in his proposal?
The parcels that are shown on the survey are the ones that are included in the zone. If that includes both pieces, then that is what's included in the proposed text. I do not have any relationship with Barbary Hill Farm, and I included it for the reasons that I stated earlier. We're trying to create an amendment that will survive it here.
It's such a broad-based number of properties. I think anybody who sees what happened on the General's residence site, where a very small property, approximately 2 acres, has made development of over 9 houses possible. As I believe Commissioner Hitchcock mentioned earlier, the opportunity for combining lots throughout this area is enormous, especially now with all of the pressure of development in the town. And it should be noted that that's even on Stony Lane, combining 3 or 4 houses where the pressure will be great for speculation could yield, if you use the new road property, 8 houses. 8 houses are selling for much greater amounts than what the existing houses are selling for right now. So I think this has a widespread application, which was brushed off. And the only reason given again and again was the fear of an appeal. And again, nobody was identified. Who would that applicant be? Who would that appellant be?
40 people were for it.
Yeah, since everybody appears to be in favor of it, you have to have somebody that you're fearing. And it's not enough just to say it's theoretical to try to amend a map that would include so many properties just for the sake of having a restaurant on one small property. It doesn't appear to be the way to do zoning. So that's my question to the developer's attorney.
If I may, Attorney Beatty, quickly, I do want to clarify that the east side of Stony Lane is not proposed in this. And I know you indicated your address is 42 Stony Lane, and we're speaking to the residential properties along the east side of the road. That is not part of this proposal.
They are in yellow.
The zone is yellow for residential. They are not included in the bounded area described in the revised text amendment.
Number 42 and number 50 were put in yellow on the east side of Stony Lane, and the rest of them were not.
The yellow district is the underlying residential zone. It is not the boundary. The language in the text amendment clearly indicates that the proposed area that could be eligible for a planned development district goes to the center line of Stony Lane. It is not inclusive of your property or that side of the road.
Okay, but still, it's too large.
Aaron, I'd like to just take a quick break to ask you, what is our timing on this public hearing? And do we need to reach a decision or at least go to deliberation tonight?
Well, I think it would be ideal to get through public comment, which is, I would ask if people have specific questions, ask a question and save your comments for the comment period so that we can move forward to those speaking in favor and those speaking in opposition. Several people are having multiple opportunities to be heard while others are waiting patiently for their turn to either speak for or against the project. Secondly, this evening is the continuation of the hearing. Hearing can remain open for 35 days, so the hearing would need to be closed this evening unless the applicant granted an extension. I think that's really at the discretion of the commission and the applicant, if you're looking to do that upon listening to public comment. It is 10 o'clock, so in the effort of time, I think, again, I would reiterate, if those have spoken and are of the same opinion, you can simply say you are in agreement with whomever had spoken earlier. And perhaps, Madam Chair, you would just like to allow an opportunity, if somebody has spoken, you can ask your question and make your statement at the same time. And we can move forward. We do have multiple people in attendance this evening who are looking to be heard.
All right. I don't know how other commissioners feel, but I would like to try to speed the process up and encourage the public to make their questions brief and to the point. And soon we can move on to having the public speak in opposition or in favor. So if we could wrap up the question period, that would be great.
Another option, Madam Chair, is to have the applicant and staff take notes regarding questions, and the applicant can choose to answer questions and rebut after comments are made, rather than back and forth with the public in a discussion forum, rather than simply a public comment forum.
Attorney Beatty, how do you feel about that?
Whatever helps move the process along. I'm good with that.
Okay, so let's try collecting questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Julie, you have your hand raised again. Is this Julie Obion from 317 Boston Post Road?
Hi, this is Kevin Obion. I'm the also owner here at 317 Boston Post Road. There was a letter submitted by a Mr. Katz. Would it be possible to read that letter in this meeting?
The letter is submitted onto the record. Yes, we would have it in documents. At this point, we're still in the questions, but it can be added into the record during public comment. Typically, when letters are received from the public, they're added to the record. The commission has the opportunity and the public has the opportunity to read them ahead of time, but we don't go through reading them individually into the record.
We would be
Thank
here
you.
forever.
Thank you. Mary Kate Gonlick, you have another question from 318 Boston Post Road?
Yeah, my question was only, being that there was another proposal on the table tonight that took up, I think it was 2 hours of the beginning of the meeting. At what point is there, just a decision that this is too important to rush tonight and that we would reschedule in some capacity?
That's for the commission to make during the hearing.
I think that as long as we're getting new questions, new comments, and not just repeats, it seems that people are asking a lot of the same questions or just not hearing the answers. So we want to expedite the process. We're not saying that we'll cut it off at a certain time, but obviously the later it gets, the less productive it sometimes is. And it's now 10:10. I didn't time the first application, but we did get a lot of new material in that application that we listened to. It was done efficiently. I think the question period was also done very efficiently. So we just want to keep things on track. And we do want to have public input.
Tom Cherry, can you identify yourself for the record, please, and ask your question?
Yeah, my name is Tom Cherry. I live at 936 Boston Post Road. And I have to look at the gentrified ghetto, which we used to call the general's residence across the street and across the Spence Creek. I object to the methodology. I think a large number of people were left out of that decision-making process, as well as the ledges process. And also, basically the red herring of the appeal. I cannot in any way fathom that there would be anyone appealing a single decision that Mr. Beatty's letter itself says, because on page 4, he says, this commission has the legal authority to approve the proposed text amendment.
Mr. Cherry, do you have a question for us? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Why is it that you feel as a commission that you do not have the authority to decide singly for the restaurant with the actual interests of the community as a whole, which would be served, and consistent with the POCD? Because if you did do that, in my mind, and I'm asking why you can't, why you won't, because it would be in the interest of the community as a whole, and it would be consistent with the POCD. That's my question. Why you would?
I think we've answered why we can't.
Alex Province. Can you identify yourself, Alex, for the record, please?
Good evening. This is Alex Province, 917 Boston Post Road. And this question is for Attorney Beatty and Aaron, hopefully. So I was relieved to hear that if this restaurant were to go in and something were to happen, that's how life works, and a new restaurant were to come in, what safeguards do we have with the P&Z to make sure that we preserve, the beauty that we have on Boston Post Road in Madison? If you drive through Boston Post Road through Connecticut, you get a lot of different examples of development. And our little section happens to be really beautiful. Attorney Beatty, can you just explain a little bit more how, if the gentleman were to sell the restaurant, that it couldn't turn into something less desirable than a really nice restaurant?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So if this text amendment gets approved, then my client will prepare what's called a master plan and an application to have the Winter Club property designated as a planned development district. The master plan, as some of you may have seen earlier this evening, is a fairly detailed proposal of what can go in and what's going to be constructed and how it's going to be operated on the site. It goes in, it's prepared by an engineer, architect, and soil scientists, a whole host of people to demonstrate the property has the capacity for the intended use and shows what the intended use is going to be. Assuming that the Planning and Zoning Commission determines that that proposed use and master plan is acceptable and approves that application, that becomes the plan for the property. After that, a site development plan gets presented showing the use of the property, the character, the number of tables, the more granular aspects of the application. And that gets also, assuming it complies with the terms of the master plan, that also would ideally get approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. If someone were to want to come along and change the master plan, they'd have to come back before the Planning and Zoning Commission and propose an amendment to the master plan, at which point the Planning and Zoning Commission would have the discretion to say, we like what you're proposing to change it to, or we don't like what you're proposing to change it to, and then you could deny the amendment to the master plan. So that's the advantage that the Plan Development District has as a tool for this commission to use, because unlike a simple zone change, as Ms. Mannix pointed out earlier, the uses within a zone change may not be exactly what you want for this property in the zone, whereas the Plan Development District, the applicant has to come with a specific plan for this property that then the Planning and Zoning Commission and the public can all comment on and say whether we like it or we don't. And once that gets adopted, then it can't change absent another amendment and public hearing on the proposed amendment. So that's how what gets approved stays in effect until an amendment is made, which necessitates a public hearing, public comment.
So if 5 years from now, the person, is done running a restaurant and they want to sell, and a less savory business comes in at whatever, don't want to offend anyone. Aaron, what would they have to do if the gentleman wants to sell this business and somebody buys it as a running restaurant and wants to change the name, and are they coming back to P&Z once it's a restaurant?
So the particular tenant of the restaurant is not regulated. I would say it does not necessarily trigger the requirement of a return to the commission if it's a similar operation within the approved floor plan and elevations and parking, and no changes were being proposed. If there were changes proposed to a different type of use or different outdoor dining, or for example, if somebody wanted a drive-through, those kinds of things, if they're not included in the original in the approved master plan, then that would be subject to an additional application for essentially a modified or a new PDD process.
So a fast food restaurant without a drive-through, would they have to come back to you guys?
But I think you'd have to look. So this particular application is not for a restaurant. Just this proposal before the commission right now is not for a restaurant. We don't know what the proposed layout is. So this is just all hypothetical right now, kind of having this conversation, Alex. We don't know what's proposed. If it's a sit-down restaurant that's proposed as part of this master plan, then that would be the use that would be approved for the property. I don't know, it likely will not include a counter service, like a typical fast food restaurant. So that to me is a different style restaurant, and likely is not what is going to be proposed in a master plan from a restaurant owner such as Fraser. So it really depends on what specifically is proposed under the master plan and what the commission approves. If somebody looks to alter that, then they may be subject to a return to the commission for a new master plan approval, which again is the commission acting in their legislative capacity.
Okay, so there's some safeguards in place down the road if to prevent something catastrophic from happening, and this step is just there's still lots that you guys can decide on and say no to if you had to.
That's exactly right. So the first step to allow us to come back before the commission with a proposed plan for this site, and for any of the other properties that may be eligible for consideration of the plan development district within the area that we're.
Okay, thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Carolyn Mazur, if you could identify yourself for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Carolyn Missouri. I live at 930.
Excuse me, Carolyn, I'm sorry.
Not a problem, Aaron. 934 Boston Post Road in Madison. Aaron, my question is actually for you. You were good enough to describe what had to precede the beginnings of this deliberation. For example, you noted that the public had to be notified in particular ways. This was just a few moments ago. Do you remember the content of your.
For a
yeah.
text amendment, what the process
Yes,
is?
yes, yes.
So,
You-
so a text amendment is not for a particular project on an application.
No, I understand that.
And-
So in order to save time, I do understand that. But I think you were giving us specifics like advertising in the paper, that
Right,
type of.
right.
So was
So
there an advertisement in the paper?
a legal notice is an
A
advertisement.
legal notice? Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
The legal notice ran ahead of the opening of the public hearing in January. So the public hearing was on opened on January 19th.
But I
So a
mean, for
legal
tonight's.
notice ran
for
in the
tonight's-
newspaper on January 12th and on January 5th. And that's required by the statutes.
Right. And for tonight, then there was no requirement that it be run again?
That's correct. As a public hearing, the initial public hearing is noticed. The hearing was open, and at that meeting, the commission voted to hold the hearing open and continue that
I
to
see.
the
Thank you.
next meeting. And so that's advertised in their agendas. So if a meeting were not opened and the hearing was tabled, there would be a requirement for additional notifications. But
well,
not
that's
in
very-
the case of a continuation.
Thank you, Erin. That's really quite helpful. And I think it does go to a larger point that's reflected in the conversations tonight and the questions. And that is that a lot of us did not know about this ahead of time, not being aware of the fact that it was going to occur tonight. And as others have pointed out, the materials weren't really available much in advance of this meeting. And I would really strongly encourage the commission, and particularly Chair Snow, who understandably wants to move through and make decisions. There is a clear feeling, I think, in the community that this could get railroaded. And I don't think the commission wants that to happen. And I think you have to take the time on this very important decision to let people ask their questions. And occasionally, if they're repetitive, that may be okay, because each time Erin gets the opportunity to clarify, or the attorney gets the opportunity to clarify, that's of value to the community. And finally, I would just make the comment that I do think that the concern that the commission is hearing is based on something else that has yet to be mentioned. And I'll just mention that very quickly. And that is, this clearly is about a text amendment tonight. Then you go to a decision about whether or not there is going to be an approval of a plan. I have maintained in watching what's happened in my town that it is impossible for the commission and impossible for one town planner to watch the development of a plan carefully enough to ensure that it actually is implemented in the way it was described. Am I talking about whether or not a fence is put up or not put up? No, I'm talking about a larger perspective. And the General's residence stands as an example of that. We were told that there wasn't going to be impervious property made across the General's residence. There's asphalt everywhere now. There are examples of things like this that allow the developer to be consistent with the standards and yet be inconsistent with the larger perspective that the commission has, and that the town has, and that the town planner has, because there's nobody there on site all the time. As Erin has shared with us in the past, in the town of Guilford, when a sewer is placed, before it can be covered in the town of Guilford, that must be observed by the town planner. Not so in our town. People can do different things. And the end product of that is simply that the good intentions don't always turn out to be implemented in a good way. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. I think I can, Carol, I can just clarify a couple of those comments, Carolyn. With respect to sewers, if you're referring to septic systems, those are all inspected prior to backfilling, regardless of the municipality. And I think you may have been referring to underground stormwater infiltrators and some inspection procedures that we established in my former capacity with the town of Guilford. I can assure you that I understand your concerns as far as oversight and development, and to take that a step further, have recently restructured the land use department to ensure for more boots on the ground, as we would say, utilizing our 4-person staff and reallocating resources to create a land use technician position as well as a land use official position, which both could serve in the capacity of zoning enforcement and inland wetlands enforcement and increased field work. So I hope that that will give you some assurances that the town is taking concerns seriously that have been raised and looking to move in a direction to address some, recent developments and make sure that we have the appropriate staff available to oversee those projects for consistency with their approvals.
I appreciate that. And I never doubted your seriousness about the job. I just think it's an enormous job. And I think we're at an inflection point in the town along the Boston Post Road to really set the stage for the town changing dramatically in a direction that people don't welcome. And I just encourage the commission to take the time to really hear what people are saying. And I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the public to try to keep their questions directed at the current application as well as comments. Thanks.
Jim Norgan is the last one with a hand raised for questions. Jim, if you'd.
Hi, 387 Boston Post Road. Thank you, Chair Snow. I hope you please appreciate that a lot of people want to speak tonight. A lot more will want to speak after they get to read some of the material. So I know it's tedious and I know it's late, but I'd ask that you allow the public hearing to remain open so that the dozens of other people who want to speak can speak. So I'll try to be brief so I can let others speak. But question about how these two properties and the others were designated opportunity areas to begin with. I looked through those minutes of 2020, and in order to be designated, the commission outlined 5 steps, and they never got to any of those. The minutes say, once we talk about potential properties, I think they had 18, that the commission was going to do site walks of those properties, letters notifying the property owners, those never went out, have a dialogue with neighbors, which is a great idea, didn't happen, undertake public education and outreach with things through the newspaper and other ways to educate the public about these opportunity areas. And after all that is done, I think all that's important, then the P&Z minutes say the procedure was to decide on a process going forward. In other words, after all that, you still had to decide on how you were really going to officially designate these opportunity areas. So my first question is, why don't you go? It seems logical to go through those steps of really taking a good close look at the opportunity areas, and I think we all agree their floating zone would be a great idea to rehabilitate some places on that list. A collapsed storage building, DEP mosquito control center. It's a great idea, but I think it takes the kind of overview as was outlined by the P&Z Commission in the December 2020 minutes. The site walks, notification, et cetera. So my question is, why don't you follow that procedure? I assume none of that was ever done.
Thank you.
I'd like to start answering that question by saying that that was a meeting, it was a discussion at a meeting, and you're right, it wasn't followed up, and the suggestions that came up at that meeting were not followed up. However, we do have in place in our regulations the floating zones from 2006, 2010, and the planned development district from 2019. We also have support in the 2013 Plan of Conservation and Development that has led us in this direction, and we believe supports this application, at least to be considered. And Erin, did you want to add anything else to that, or Elliot, since you were on the commission?
I think my only comment with respect to this specific proposal, or at least the incorporation of two of those properties, as you can clearly see, this proposal does not include that scale, that number of properties that were discussed in the December meeting of 2020. These two properties have initiated this process with the town and brought this before the town, identifying the desire to utilize a PDD mechanism to develop property. So I think that's really what stands out in this particular process. It was, I think, based on discussions from the commission in earlier hearings, there was a desire to pause on some of the other properties in the opportunity, area discussion of that meeting, and save some of that for the conversations during the Plan of Conservation and Development. However, there is an immediate need by certain property owners or contract purchasers to utilize this. And that is why this specific proposal is before the commission now for consideration, knowing that there is a desire to either repurpose or redevelop those sites. Madam Chair, we don't have any more questions. Would you like to open up for those speaking in opposition or favor of the application?
Yes, and why don't we make it either in opposition and or in favor?
Yep, okay, and we'll just go down the line. And I would just ask if we can be succinct in our comments, and we'll get through. Okay, so our first hand raised is Jim Nordgren again. If you'd like to make your statement.
I still had a couple questions, and my question is,
so I would just ask that you include your questions with your statement as well at this point.
my question is, isn't there just as much risk of the town being sued by not following the 5 steps that the commission outlined to designate these opportunity areas, and by just going ahead with these two? Is my first question. My second question is, well, I assume you're at least going to do the recommended steps for these 2 properties: site walks, letters to property owners, dialogue with neighbors, public relations, outreach, education. Again, if you're not following the protocol you set up in the December 2020 meeting, I would think you'd be at a great risk of lawsuit. So second question is, are you going to do those 5 steps for Winter Club and for Barbary Hill Farm, including dialogue with neighbors? My last question is, how did Barbary Farm get on the opportunity area list? And I ask that question because when I read the minutes from December 3, 2020, it says that Barbary Farm should be on the list because by possibly developing the back, the front half can be preserved as a farm. But we know, of course, it's not preserved as a farm. So that would imply it doesn't qualify. And then from the October 3, 2019 minutes, again, it was mentioned that the idea at Barbary Farm would be that the front of the property can be preserved as a farm with cottage style housing in the back, and that would be beneficial to the town. I'm quoting the minutes. So again, since the front of the farm is not protected, Trust for Public Land has tried to buy a conservation easement. It's been turned down, and that's their right, of course. But by realizing that the front is not protected, in fact, had an application to develop 22 units, including the front, back in April. My question is, shouldn't that be taken off the list? It no longer qualifies as an opportunity area. And I guess my last question, well, I'll make this a statement. Again, I'm perplexed at what changed since January 19 about this concern about being sued. Was there some legal opinion that the town got? Because, on December 15, the commission couldn't have been clearer, voting 6-0 that this application should be part of a POC update, and the application should not be a separate PDD process. And the further on the resolution said the owner can apply for something specific for their own property. And again, on the 19th, Commissioner Hitchcock said to narrow the scope so it's not affecting other properties, and Commissioner Peckinpah agreed, saying to narrow it to just one property. So you were very clear in your directions then after listening to the public. I guess my question again can't be answered, but I don't understand why Attorney Beatty and Mr. Lulaj just don't change the application right now to the word clubs and get on with it. My last comment is, I'm not in opposition to this. It's not opposition. I'm saying more study. And of course, as you mentioned before, this is a perfect opportunity to study opportunity areas and the PDD in the context of the POCD update. So in sum, for all these reasons, I think the application should be approved with the condition that only clubs are eligible for a PDD. I believe you could do that tonight. Or if not, the public hearing be continued, again, to give the residents the time to even read this stuff and then comment. Or try for a third time to tell the applicant to narrow the application to just clubs, and hope he does that, as he said he would. Otherwise, if those two conditions can't be met, it should be denied until all the properties in the PDD, those 50, can be studied, and all the properties to be considered as opportunity areas should be studied, ideally as part of the POCD update. So thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Donald Green, can you identify yourself again for the record?
Sure. My name is Donald Green. I live at 80 Brandy Drive in Madison, Connecticut. I'd like to congratulate the commission for their infinite patience, particularly Ms. Mannix and Ms. Snow, but also the other members of the commission. Very briefly, as I understand it, this is just a meeting to allow a PPD application to occur in the future, and that's it. And so I am in favor of allowing a PPD application to go forward and to be adjudged at a future PZC meeting. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. David Dwyer. Can you identify yourself for the record, please? You need to unmute. David, can you hear us? If you can unmute, we'll have an opportunity to speak. I think I'll give him an opportunity. Oh, okay, he's lowered his hand. Mary Kate Conlick. Can you, there you go.
Hi, Mary Kate Goblick, 318 Boston Post Road. I'm opposed to it, and it's because Although we're deciding about 2 properties, it really includes all the properties in between for their future applications. Understanding, committee, that if the applications check a bunch of boxes, they could very well be approved. So it opens up a loophole that all of the homeowners in between are not willing to take, and it's unfair of us to be asked this. It is a big loophole. Please recognize the loophole. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry Grove, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Barry, you're muted.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
So Barry Grove, 49 Shorelands. I'm not here to cut off this very important conversation, but I am here for 9 Neck Road. And can you please tell me, given the hour, are you going to table that meeting at this point?
Yes. 9 Neck Road will be tabled to the March 16th meeting.
Okay, thanks. It would have been great to hear that a little while ago, but okay, thank you.
Thank you. Jeff O'Connor, can you identify yourself for the record?
Yes, hi, Jeff O'Connor, 324 Boston Post Road. I want to say I'm not necessarily opposed to the potential restaurant proposal, but I am opposed to the methodology that's being used. Several people, including Attorney Beatty and others, have referred to PDD as a tool, but it really feels like we're using a chainsaw when maybe we need a screwdriver, and it sets a dangerous precedent. I'd also like to remind the listeners that this area of the Post Road is under consideration as a historical district, and that should be considered as you move forward with what you want to do in the future with this proposal and any future proposals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carolyn, Missouri.
I'd just like to go on the record as opposing this text amendment change, and I concur with the person who just spoke with regard to the concerns that I have as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie, if you could identify yourself for the record, please.
Yeah, I will. Go ahead.
For Kevin.
I'm Don Lee Pelt, 315 Boston Post Road, and also 313 Boston Post Road. I've lived here for 79 years and born in the house at 317. And I'm totally opposed to this change. I'm in approval of the restaurant, but not of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
And before you cut us off, Aaron, this is Kevin Ovian. I'm also opposed 317 Boston Post Road. I'm opposed to the overall plan. I'm very much in favor of the restaurant being approved, but not this larger plan. And I would just say that, on the record, as we speak right now, the list of properties that are actually in this defined area of the text amendment is not correct. It does not reflect the actual properties. Our property is actually not listed. What's on the record is the previous list of properties, the 700 some odd properties from the January meeting. But that list has not been updated. Thank you.
Are you referring to that Excel? Yes, there was not an itemized list updated. That's correct.
But there was
only
a
the map.
list of the documents on the supporting documents that has all kinds of different addresses that are not relevant.
Yes, that was a previous list from the original proposal, correct.
If people are supposed to go to that and look at the supporting documents, you should take that down. So this is Julie Ovian, and as you might have noticed, there are 3 of us here in the room. And I live at 317 Boston Post Road. And I am in opposition to using this text amendment. It seems to me when you keep saying it's only 2 properties, when it is actually closer to 50, that in and of itself shows that this should be suspect, this process, because you're basically saying that you're cherry picking and you're doing this contortion in order to allow these 2 properties to move forward with the zoning change by throwing all these other properties in the mix. And to me, there's a case there to say, what kind of zoning conformity or regulation is that? That's just, because your whole design to word it such a way is so that it'll only impact 2. Well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Julie. Adam Greenberg, could you please identify yourself for the record?
Adam Greenberg. I am a owner of a portion of 353 Boston Post Road. And the existing regulations offer limited options for residential development. And it truly is inconsistent for the town to refer repeatedly in the Plan of Conservation and Development about diversifying the housing portfolio. And the PDD is truly a way of doing that. And it's not a loophole. And it's simply, as I've been hearing from Attorney Beatty and Aaron Mannix, it's just giving the opportunity for bringing forth an application. But the commission truly has that ultimate decision, and given the towns and the tenor of the neighbors or what's in the best interest of the town, the commission has that right and that decision. So I'm truly in favor of giving the commission that opportunity and giving property owners the right to bring forth an application, as was brought at the beginning of this hearing with that first application. So that's it. And I hope it gets the text amendment approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Marty Triola, could identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Marty Triola, 10 Middle Beach Road West in Madison. And I might mention that I'm also president of the Madison Winter Club. Just to reinforce a couple of points, that the neighbors all around the Winter Club have been contacted, and there's broad support for the restaurant. And based on many comments made by the public, somebody else mentioned that there were about 40. There's broad community support. I'm hearing some negative support from some of the people tonight, and I don't think it's clear about what this text amendment really does. If I want to buy 3 homes within that district and join them together and put up a motel, I can't do that without your approval. You would have to approve eventually a master plan, a site plan, and if it's inconsistent, I'm not going to be able to do that. So you're not giving up anything. You have control over what happens in that region. And I have full confidence that the Planning and Zoning Commission would use that control wisely. Finally, I would just point out that this process has been going on for longer than a year. We've been paying property taxes, insurance, utilities, maintenance, upkeep, and we cannot go on longer than this. If you decide to continue this hearing or put it off to another date, we're probably done. We want to move this forward and get on with it. I have to commend Mr. Lulaj. If he didn't have the ethics that he does have, he could buy the property now and open up his restaurant soon and simply have diners come in and pay $1 to join some kind of a fictitious club. And he doesn't want to do that because he's a person of great ethics. And so I commend him for that. And so I do approve the passage of this text amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Benna Lear.
Hi, this is Benna Lear. I'm at 321 Boston Post Road. We neighbor Barbary Farm. So I oppose a vote to be taken today. This process has not been transparent, and I'm really, really, really deeply disheartened by the lack of transparency and the motivation behind this vote. I feel like if you all were transparent about your motives behind the vote and not using the appeal argument, you probably would have more supporters like me and my husband. But right now we can't support this because of that lack of transparency. So commissioners, I really appreciate you being here and taking the time. I know this is a very arduous process, and I really urge you not to allow for a vote and to have more public conversation about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other hands raised, Madam Chair.
Okay, how's everyone doing? It's late. I think we can consider closing the public.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, Attorney Shansky, Marjorie Shansky, and I have another hand raised to speak.
Okay.
Attorney Shansky.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. It's a long night. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm speaking in favor of the application, and I hear the fear in the residents' voices. I understand in the case of Mr. Nordgren, who's already petitioned to intervene in the pending application before the Wetlands Commission, that there's a very specific interest there being advanced. As the commission has experienced, the Plan Development District is a very useful zoning tool. It is indeed a tool. In some communities, it is available to be requested without restriction as to geographic location within a town, in towns that are much bigger than Madison. But in Madison, you have elected to retain control over what the available terrain to land a PDD would be in, and that's fine. But the point is that even designating eligible areas does not draw a direct line between that eligibility and an actual formation of a PDD. I would suggest that I foresee, especially based on the constructive conversation that we had earlier this evening and the interest in the commission of meeting its obligation to affordably advance fair housing and to implement your affordability plan, that there's going to be, I predict, I understand or foresee a lot of resistance to the mechanisms that are going to be an issue to achieve those goals. But without the Plan Development District, you really leave yourselves or the developers with only one option, and that is the 830G option, when, as opposed to the Plan Development District, which is a legislative act over which you exert absolute control, you say no to a PDD, the courts defer to you. Because it is a legislative act, you are deemed to have the pulse of the town, to understand the pulse of the town. With 830G, the burden is shifted. You have no control. So I think that this is a very viable option. It's and the mere adoption of it does not mean that anything on the landscape has changed. So sure, let's continue the conversation, but do it in the context of the Winter Club's application having been approved. I see no counterindication to it among anything that I've heard, and I wish for you the leadership and strength to say yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there one more, Erin?
I have three more. I have two that have spoken already, and then I have the Goddards, which if you could identify yourself for the record, please.
Me?
Yes, Kingsley, is that you?
Yep. Hello,
Okay.
Kingsley Goddard, 353 Boston Post Road, Madison, Connecticut. I think there's a lot of confusion about what this is, and I totally concur with Marjorie Shansky that this is a tool to prevent really the 830G from happening. And the affordable housing, I think, is a great idea for Madison and may end up being what the back part of our property will end up being should this PDD not get approved. He does have the ability at this point as owner to apply for affordable housing, in which case the hands of the town are tied. So I support this. I am the closest neighbor. I have the greatest amount of property with this, and I am in full support of the PDD and the application for a PDD. I also believe that the original PDD, as it was written, was quite sufficient in that there are very few other properties that would actually qualify with the requirements as stated in the original PDD, if you truly examine the properties available in town. Anyhow, and yes, we still are planning on farming. We love the town. Our family has been here for 120 years. We plan on still continuing. If you were to drive down Route 1, you wouldn't notice a change once this was all completed. You would have to drive halfway up Stony Lane even to notice anything. So to allay some of the fears of the historic landmark changing in the farm, you can allay that for now. Anyhow, I speak in support. Thank you for your time. Sorry to keep you all up so late.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kingsley. Okay, I have two who have spoken already, Madam Chair. Frank Angelina. Frank, if you could identify yourself again for the record, please. Frank, you need to unmute.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Frank Angelino, 42 Stony Lane. Thank you for your patience. We think there are some good components here. We think that the restaurant is a good use, and it's the only thing that we have in question is why, in order to do a restaurant on a relatively small site, needs to include everything else. Why not do it individually, one by one? We think there's support for the residential development on Stony Lane, but it has to be done in a consistent way. Somebody said this was like taking a chainsaw instead of using a screwdriver. I don't know if that's the proper analogy, but it doesn't make sense. And when something doesn't make logical sense, then it raises a lot of questions amongst people's minds. So that there are good components here, but we don't seem to be getting directly towards them. In other words, if people would speak just to the restaurant, I haven't heard anybody opposed to it. So, you know, the attorney's representation, I grant you, there's always a possibility of an appeal in any zoning action, but that's not a reason to do this broad of section of the zoning of the mapping for the PDD. But if you did the PDD directly for the two projects, I think they would meet with approval. It's all the intervening lots that are put into question, because then they all become possibilities of another general's residence, which didn't meet with approval by a number of people in the town. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other hands raised, Madam Chair. I guess we'll give a last call for public comment. And then the commission, Madam Chair, you can discuss if the commission needs additional information or has additional questions for the applicant.
Does anyone have any additional questions for the applicant? Or short comments? I see no other questions coming up. Attorney Beatty, did you want to make any kind of closing statement or?
I promise I'll be very, very.
Okay, okay, thanks.
The only thing I would say is, I know I said it multiple times this evening, and again, you heard it most recently from
Can you speak up a little bit, Jeff?
Yeah, yes, I'm
I'm having a
sorry.
hard time hearing you, Jeff.
I know I've said this multiple times, and you've heard it again from Attorney Shansky and Mr. Greenberg and Mr. Goddard, but this really is a tool that gives this commission a great deal of control over how these properties that present themselves for consideration can be developed. And I can't emphasize enough that this is just an amendment that allows property owners to come forward with an application similar to what you saw tonight, and an opportunity for the public to speak in favor or against it and ask questions on a specific basis. We heard a number of people say we don't oppose the restaurant, we don't oppose, and we don't like to have a greater dialogue. Well, the opportunity for that dialogue isn't being foreclosed if you approve this text amendment. It continues, but at least then it's with respect to a specific application, a specific plan. And for those reasons, I think this plan, this text amendment should be adopted as amended, and then we can move on to the next step and consider the merits of applications on a case-by-case basis. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
I guess, Madam Chair, the question would be whether the commission has enough information at this point to close the public hearing, or if you're seeking additional information and would be requesting an extension from the applicant.
So how does everyone feel? Do we have enough information?
Yes.
I think we do.
Yes.
Elliot? John Duza?
Yes, so I think we're being asked, do we have enough information to proceed to another step where we get more information? So yes.
If you close the hearing, you can't get any more information. I think that's what I'm trying to clarify, is that you're not seeking additional information to be submitted to you.
Right, but the next step is that we would consider the
No,
specific
no,
merits.
Oh, if you took an action, got it. I know what you mean.
Is that
I didn't
correct?
understand.
Okay.
Janet, how are you feeling? Do you have enough information? Janet?
Janet, you need to unmute.
Unmute.
She is.
Yes.
Here she goes.
There you go.
Okay, and John Morgan.
Oh, yeah, I said yes.
Okay, so could I have a motion to close the public hearing and move to deliberation?
So moved.
Thank you, Bob. And a
Close the
second.
meeting.
Janet, second. Any further discussion? All in favor, moving to deliberation? Okay, great. Thank you, everyone, for hanging in. I know it's what, 11 now. Any thoughts, discussion about this? And what we've heard tonight as a continuation of the public hearing? I think there's still misinformation, unfortunately. We're not getting points across that, some of the same points are being made, same questions being asked, that I think show that not everyone understands fully what the process is and what's being proposed. However, that said, I feel comfortable that I hope we can reach a decision tonight. I'd like to hear.
I only wish that we could vote on just that one property. I also wish I had better health, the Washington Nationals win another world championship, all kinds of things that are unlikely to happen in the foreseeable future. So I think we have there's not more information out there that, gee, if we only listen. Yeah, I'm frustrated. I understand people's frustrations. It would be nice to be able to vote on just that property, but we cannot do that.
Thanks.
You also cannot do things that are illegal. That's our pledge, is not to do stuff like that when we get elected, to serve on this commission.
And we represent the entire town, not just the local neighborhoods. And again, I hear the opposition. I understand their concerns, and I think some of their fears are unfounded. I do think that, when the process is actually put into action and we have a master plan application, we'll see that it does work. I mean, it was really useful, I think, having the first public hearing tonight to sort of test drive the process. Any other thoughts? Love to hear from other people.
Well, I think you're right. There's another opportunity for everybody to chime in about a specific proposal. So there is a check and balance on this.
Right.
Ask Jeff Beatty to repeat that again, please.
Bob Reinhardt, any thoughts?
Luckily, the hearing is closed and he can't.
Yeah, a couple. I'm still trying to formulate them all.
Jeff.
In general, I'm still a little uncomfortable with the approach. It still seems like we are selecting a very specific location without a lot of, I don't know what the right word is, just like logic behind it. We're just, the definition of the zone is very specific. It encompasses 2 specific lots, which are currently under consideration for development. But other than that, there's no reason to pick that area. And there's no reason to bound it as it was. It could just as easily been farther east or west, north or south. So I'm struggling a little with that. And I haven't been involved in this debate for more than just twice. So I'm still trying to understand it. It just seems, I'm just not comfortable with that because I don't know enough about the laws and regulations. I just don't. I'm not educated enough on those to be able to form a solid opinion. It's also very late.
It is very late.
And making a big decision like this when I'm this tired is probably not a good idea. The other thing is I don't know how to go about exploring other opportunities and other ways to do this. I think it makes sense to do this. But I'm honestly just a little stuck at the moment, trying to figure out how to do this.
Thanks for that honesty.
What you get.
I'd have to say the same thing. As a new member of the board, it does kind of a head scratcher here. It seems like the right thing to do based on what I've heard. To Bob's point, I just don't understand the logic of it. I understand the intent, but yeah, it feels like we're arguing right now about, or not arguing, but discussing something that we don't really even know what it is, and without having the ability to bring those things to the forefront and actually talk about the actual application, it just feels it doesn't feel like the process is getting a chance to play itself out fully.
If I could add, even though it is late, I'm actually 2nd generation commissioner for Madison Planning and Zoning. And so I grew up listening to dinner conversations about planning and zoning in Madison. And I have this deep interest in the history of zoning and have looked into it. So to address the new members, I think we have over 60 years of zoning regulations and updates and special exceptions. And, I think even in the zone south of I-95, there are like 40 special exception areas. And it's this patchwork of commercial and transitional and industrial and special exception and cluster and single family, that I see this the plan, the PDD as a possible solution looking forward in a more holistic way of how we can sort of update and be proactive and as everyone, I think as it's been said, this is a new tool that we can use that gives us more control. I see it, and even more control and more creativity, and maybe mixed use and maybe undoing some of the other uses that aren't appropriate but are locked into regulations. So I see this as an opportunity, frankly. And I wish the timing were different myself, and I wish that we already had our 2023 plan of conservation and development done and that this was all part of it. But looking ahead, I see these issues going hand in hand, whether we're wearing our zoning hats or wearing our planning hats. But this is a learning experience for sure. And I think that all that needs to be taken into consideration. And then I look forward to working on the plan of conservation and development and thinking about this process and thinking about these options. So that's my statement. Sorry to keep you up any later. If no one has any other comments or discussions, could I have a motion?
Well, actually, one quick question for you regarding two sore points, specifically the general's residence and the ledges. Those didn't have anything to do with the PDD.
That was not a
today.
PDD.
That was cluster development.
And is that risk
Yeah,
still there, whether we
development.
go this way or not?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a lot of fear in that. I feel that in the proposed PDD, the map that Aaron provided, there's a nice balance with the cluster development on the northwest corner. So it's already integrated into the single family R1 existing. I don't know if that helps.
To answer your question, John, cluster developments are a special permit use. It's not a zoning map amendment like a planned development district. A planned development district has greater control. The commission, when you review a map amendment, you are acting in a legislative capacity, as Attorney Shansky had discussed in her testimony, and as well as my explanation. When you are reviewing considering a special exception or a site plan application, you're acting in an administrative capacity where you're bound by the zoning regulations and the criteria that's established within the zoning regulations. Legislatively, you have a broader amount of discretion.
Okay.
Elliot, did you want to say something?
I guess, I mean, I kind of wish that we could have just looked at this one property from the beginning and, we could have started the whole process of opening this restaurant that he wants to open, because I'm in 100% favor of a restaurant at that location. I was a little disappointed that there was such a large area that was included in this text amendment. But I don't know if it would sway me to vote against the text amendment. The only little disappointing thing that I took out of it was basically using a 830G as a threat for approving this, which I know has nothing to do with the applicant here, but threatening to do an 830G if this doesn't pass is a little disheartening. But overall, I am in favor of the restaurant, and I'm hoping that we could make this happen for him.
Are we ready to make a motion?
Do we have a direction that the commission is looking to go? I can share a draft resolution in either direction?
I would move to approve it.
And I would second that.
Me too.
Sure.
Straw poll.
That's really small.
Very
Our eyes are shrinking at this hour. Hold on. Let
Could
me-
be that. Could be that.
I'm fairly close to my screen here, so I can.
Somebody's gonna have to read it.
Hold on a second. I can move this and get our view bigger, right?
Change the font.
It was much larger last time.
There's something down along the bottom. I
There
think.
you go.
Yeah, that's good.
This is the 11 o'clock hour text font.
Bob?
So this is a draft. If anyone had any revisions, I can add those in for you.
Does anybody do we have to read it?
Yes, you would need to read your resolution into the record. You could
Carol,
start
you-
it at the voted section. Here.
Voted that the Madison Planning and Zoning Commission approved application number 2233. Applicant Fresher, Lulage petition for a regulation amendment to Madison zoning regulations, section 32, Plan Development District, based upon the following findings. 1, the applicant has successfully demonstrated that the proposal is consistent with the intent of proposal objectives contained in the Plan of Conservation and Development, including encouraging economic development, diversifying Madison's housing portfolio, and encouraging open space development patterns that preserve natural resources and reduce infrastructure and service-related costs. 2, the petition demonstrates consistency with the intent of Section 32 of the Zoning Regulations Plan Development District by providing the legislative framework to sensitive, develop highly visible, undeveloped or underdeveloped lots, as well as adaptive reuse opportunities in our lovely town of Madison.
Thank you, Bob.
It was a pleasure.
Could I have a second?
Second.
You have a second. Any further discussions?
Just want to say that I really appreciate Rob's comments. I don't think this is going to come back, but it's not something that communicates well, and it's kind of between a rock and a hard place. But I do think
Thanks.
we're not going to learn a lot more. I think we're going to learn from this experience.
Thanks. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
I want to thank both of you for
Congratulations, Carol.
enduring.
Cool.
I go to bed now?
I actually
Yeah.
hate to tell you this, but I have one, I
Oh, no.
I gotta
I have
tell
a
you,
very,
I'm
very
in
quick
Washington tomorrow
item.
at 8 a.m.
If you would be so kind as to entertain this. Very quickly, Nine Neck Road is requesting to table pending health department approval. So that will be on your agenda for March 16th. 14 New Road is already scheduled for March 16th. And that moves us to Stone Road, which is a lot line revision from an approved subdivision. There's actually no reduction in any lot areas. One of the property owners is simply acquiring about 1,600 square feet from an adjacent property owner from a piece that was not included in the subdivision. There are no ramifications of this. It's simply before you because our current subdivision regulations require full commission approval for any lot line revision in a subdivision. So I would ask for a motion on that. The map has been reviewed by staff, is compliant with the zoning regulations. actually was approved by the Inland Wetlands Agency as well for an easement. If anyone would like to see that map, I'm happy to share it with you, or would entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Thank you. And the last one is a new receipt. It's a petition, another petition for regulation amendment. This is to one of those unique special exception zones, particularly at Klein's Golf Course property. And that's a request to schedule a public hearing for March 16th. We would just need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Approved. Do we have the energy to do the minutes?
Sure. February 2nd, 2023, Madison Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. Members present: Snow, Hitchcock, Duza, O'Connor, Reinhardt, Morgan, Peckinpah, and Bugda. Do I have a motion to discuss?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second, any edits or corrections?
Looks great.
I didn't see
A
any.
motion to approve.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you. Minutes are approved. Any other remarks?
None.
Yes.
Promise I wouldn't go past 10:30. Oh, go ahead.
Is there any way, I mean, we've been learning about all this, and it seems like some towns have a system that that allows us to not have to deal with these kind of things until, 11 or 11:30 at night. That there's a way to put a time limit on things, that if they go over, we have to continue them. I mean, it's real. I mean,
Well, the
I don't know
applicant
how
would have
everybody
to-
else feels, but when I start working at 6 a.m, I'm like burned out.
I'm sorry. I promised to myself I wouldn't go past 10:30, but we were so close to making progress that I thought it was worth enduring. I agree with you though, Janet. It would be great not to. I've heard of other meetings going till 2:30 in the morning, and I've thought, no, we're never doing that. And Elliot, you make a good point. If we don't go ahead and let everyone speak who needs to speak, I think we have to request an extension.
Right.
Which we were on the verge of doing tonight, I think, but I think I just felt like we were so close to the finish line, it was worth pushing through.
I'm glad you did that.
Agreed.
I think also it's a little bit different where we were previously hearing applications and doing regulatory work at both meetings, and setting aside our first meeting of the month to focus on the plan of conservation and development has pushed all of our applications to this third meeting of the third week of the month, which seems like a marathon session, so that we're not taking away from that dedicated planning time for the plan update. Honestly, you've had a number of extensive applications, detailed applications that do require a lot of discussion and have had a lot of public interest. It's not your typical simple application. So I give you a lot of credit for having to go through all of these and being so fresh onto the commission too. It's a hard learning curve. And I think some of that has taken some time for explaining and understanding and asking questions. Within reason, of course, we do have in most cases the ability to continue reasonably, but as Elliot indicated, if we are up against a time crunch, sometimes we do have to push through.
May I ask you this? Does everything have to be read into the record like you did earlier in the night? I mean, it was like 5 pages you were reading into. I mean, we've read through those. Is there a reason that you have to read those?
On some of them, sometimes, yes, to educate and to explain.
But you've given that to us already. I mean, I don't understand why. I feel like, it's like going to a seminar and somebody reads verbatim what's on the,
reads their PowerPoint.
Okay,
So-
Credit.
Janet, I think some of that was for the benefit of the public. What I found incredibly frustrating is getting the same questions and, and the same kind of responses that were addressed in so much of that information. I mean, maybe it was for a different public hearing, but I think that it was maybe necessary.
I think the first hearing, there was nothing on the record from staff. That was a new opening of a public hearing, which was why that documentation of how that application was submitted into the record, that was information that you didn't have ahead of the hearing. So that's why I read that specifically into the record. There wasn't, some of the information, yes, sounds familiar because we had the same PDD subject matter in this text amendment. However, they were different applications. So there is a need in cases to put information into the record for discussion in case of an appeal or in case of, a decision where you have to look into the record for documentation.
Okay.
But not to berate a point or, overwhelm you with that. It was really
it seems
specific.
like that there are, and I'm coming at this as a journalist who's, who tries to make everything a little, brevity is the thing, it just seems like Jeff Beatty speaking on and saying the same thing over and over again.
I was about to strangle him. He 6 times he repeated the same thing.
I mean, I feel like we're being treated like children. I mean,
well,
I understand we're new, but I mean, we're adults.
It is a public hearing though, too, Janet. So it's not, we're not the only
That
audience.
was well, I guess the public hearing was open.
It's a presentation to both the commission and the public when it's done. So I do feel that our commissioners have been treated by applicants and staff as respectful and not trying to belittle or treat anyone as a child. That's not the intent. However, it is the intent to help give you the legal standing and the parameters that you have to make your decisions with, to protect your decisions so that
I understand that.
withheld. That's
I'm
all.
just saying, and I'm sorry, I'm going on and on. It's 11:30 at night. I'm just saying, I don't know about everybody else, but it just
Long
seems
day.
like maybe there's another way to go about this. Taking some of it in that first meeting of the month, I don't know.
All right.
But quickly, one of the things we had mentioned was taking all the questions up front and just answering the questions at the end. That feels like it could be much more efficient because we do get the similar questions. I mean, maybe that's something we can look at.
Yeah, we've done that.
In my opinion, you can allow for public comment and the public can ask their questions, state their opinion in one opportunity. Public comment doesn't mean someone has 6 opportunities to be heard in a public hearing.
Or does everybody get 6 questions or come back?
Can I make a suggestion? I think this is an important conversation. I'm the one that started it last time. I really just want to go to bed. So can we start off the next meeting with this conversation and that can be fully engaged? That'd be awesome.
I think that's a great idea.
Thank you.
I thought the
Thank
first
you.
I'm just tired.
But I have a motion to.
I motion that.
Second.
I second that emotion.
Everyone, good night. Thank you.
It's a good song.
Good night, everyone.